You may open the doors. Order. It is quite hot in here today, and we do have a dress code, but due to the heat, we've decided to allow members to take their jackets off if needed. That's the biggest clap I've had since I sat here. I'll do that again on a later date. Daily routine. Order. Daily routine, presenting and reading petitions. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to present a petition which reads this way. Whereas over a quarter of those who are homeless for the first time are over the age of 60, and whereas nearly 6,000 people are on the wait list for public housing with an average wait time of 2 years, therefore be it resolved that the provincial government ban evictions of seniors whose incomes would qualify them for public housing until there's a place in public housing for them to go to. This petition has been signed, Madam Speaker, by a number of residents of Edward Arab Avenue and George Dauphiny Avenue in the Westmount subdivision of Halifax-Chebucto, and I have also signed it.
The petition is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a petition with the operative clause. Therefore, we, the undersigned, call on the Government of Nova Scotia to support the non-market housing sector to leverage federal funding by prioritizing the use of prefabricated and modular construction and enable the rapid expansion of non-profit and co-op housing projects in the province. Expand the current down payment assistance program from 5 to 10% of purchase price up to $50,000 and extend the repayment period from 10 to 25 years. And establish real rent control and create a renter's tax credit for low and middle income households to help offset the rising costs of rents. And it has been signed by a number of Halifax Citadel Sable Island residents on Hollis Street, and I have affixed my own signature.
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As Chair of the Standing Committee on Community Services, I am pleased to submit the annual report of the committee for the period from September 2023 to August 2024 of the 64th General Assembly.
The report is tabled. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As Chair of the Committee on Law Amendments, I am directed to report that the committee has met and considered the following bill. Bill number 487, an act to continue King's Regional Rehabilitation Centre as a society under the Societies Act and to repeal Chapter 16 of the Acts of 1990, the King's Regional Rehabilitation Centre Act. The committee recommends this bill to the favourable consideration of the House without amendments.
Ordered that the bills be referred to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills. I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Chair of the Committee of Private and Local Bills, I'm directed to report that the committee has met and considered the following bill. Bill number 469, an act to amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 1876, an act to incorporate the trustees of the Hunter Church Building Fund. The committee recommends this bill to the favorable consideration to the House without amendment.
Ordered that the bill be referred to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table for the consideration of the House the 2023 annual report of the Fish Harvester Registration and Certification Board of Nova Scotia.
The report is tabled. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On Friday, the Minister of the Department of Community Services asked me to table some documents. This comes from DCS worker from Eastern Passage. Good afternoon, Kendra. I watched the legislature and heard what the minister said to you. Well, I, for one, sending you this email that I can't count the way.
Excuse me, order. I asked you not to read the document. I asked you just to table it. I recognize the Honourable Member of Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said, on Friday, the Minister of DCS asked me to table documents regarding bullying at DCS. This is one of those documents.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This document again, the Minister for DCS asked me on Friday to table documents regarding bullying in DCS. This comes from a worker in the Western Zone.
The paper is tabled. I recognize the Honourable Member of Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On Friday, the Minister of DCS asked me to table documents regarding bullying in DCS. This also comes from a member in Western Zone.
The paper is tabled. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minister on Friday for DCS asked me to table documents regarding bullying in DCS. This is a document from a member in Northern Zone.
The report or the paper is tabled, but I ask if there's more than just one concerning the same item, please, for everyone going forward, please table them all at once. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, on Friday, the Minister of DCS asked me to table documents regarding bullying in DCS. This also comes from Northern Zone.
The paper is tabled. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motions. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
I would like to draw the members' attention to the Speaker's Gallery, where we are joined by Land Titles Initiative Commissioners, retired Judge Corinne Sparks, Darlene LeMay, and Douglas Ruck. They play a significant role helping residents in the communities of North Preston, East Preston, Cherrybrook, Lake Loon, Lincolnville, and Sunnyvale get clear title to their land. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in giving retired Judge Sparks, Ms. LeMay, and Mr. Ruck the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome, and we hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the Honourable Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Land Titles Initiative under the Land Titles Clarification Act is addressing the legacy of systemic racism in land ownership by helping residents of historically African Nova Scotian communities secure clear title to their land. And whereas under the Land Titles Initiative, 399 land parcels have been registered to date. Community members have accessed $2.4 million in government-funded legal services, and a $3 million compensation fund has been established to resolve disputes involving competing claims. And whereas the LTI commissioners ensure fairness in the Land Title Initiative by registering competing claims and safeguarding opportunities for all interest holders to be heard while maintaining public confidence in the program. Therefore, be it resolved that we, members of the Legislative Assembly, celebrate the progress of the Land Titles Initiative and express continued support for the initiative and the commissioners, whose work is essential to promoting fairness, addressing historical injustices, and securing land titles for historically African Nova Scotian communities. Madam Speaker, I ask waiver of notice and passage without debate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. With all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas between 2010 and 2014, the Government of Nova Scotia provided tax incentives to film and television productions, which averaged about $21 million each year, leading Nova Scotia's screen industry production activity to be the 5th largest in Canada in 2014. And whereas, despite the success of the growing film industry in Nova Scotia, the Liberal government of the day recklessly slashed the film tax credit, instantly killing at least 420 jobs and putting the future of the sector in jeopardy by signaling Nova Scotia was closed for business. And whereas, thanks to enthusiastic support from this government and tenacious work from members of the province's film sector, the film industry has rebounded and is thriving, bringing major productions to the province and attracting international interest. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the legislature congratulate members of the Nova Scotia film industry for riding out the harm done by the previous government and having confidence in the promise of Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without delay. Debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following congratulatory resolution. Whereas Laurie Kennedy, co-owner of Louisburg Seafoods, received an honorary degree from Cape Breton University during spring convocation in May, recognizing her leadership in business and in community, and whereas she and her husband Jim are former fish plant workers who started their business in 1984 with a small crew of 6 unloading boats, and today the family-owned company has grown into a seafood operation with 500 employees. And whereas Laurie serves on the board of the World Ocean Council, which has a focus on sustainable development and stewardship, is a member of the Women's President Organization Atlantic Chapter, promoting the advancement of women in all industries, and is active in community organizations such as the United Way Cape Breton. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly congratulate Laurie Kennedy on receiving an honorary Doctor of Law degree and thank her for her commitment to the seafood industry and her many contributions to her community, our province, and beyond these shores. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. I beg leave to present a bill, an act to amend Chapter 401 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Residential Tenancies Act, the Comprehensive Eviction Control Act.
Thank you so much. The honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 401 of the Revised Statutes 1989 of the Residential Tenancy Act, respecting comprehensive eviction control.
Bill 492, an act to amend Chapter 401 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Residential Tenancies Act, respecting comprehensive eviction control.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member of Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill, an act respecting a homelessness task force.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer, begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting a Homelessness Task Force.
Bill 493, an act respecting a homelessness task force.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 31 of the Acts of 1996, the Sales Tax Act, respecting necessary medical devices.
The honourable member for Yarmouth begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 31 of the Acts of 1996, the Sales Tax Act, respecting necessary medical devices.
Bill 494, an act to amend Chapter 31 of the Acts of 1996, the Sales Tax Act, respecting necessary medical devices.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. Oh, my apologies. I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the federal government adopted Bill C-233, Kira's Law, amending the Criminal Code and Judges Act to establish seminars for judges on sexual assault law, intimate partner violence, and coercive control, and allow judges to order electronic monitoring for offenders posing a safety risk to intimate partners to ensure the judiciary can make informed decisions that prioritize the safety of victims and their families. Whereas the Mass Casualty Commission's final report identified gender-based intimate partner and family violence is an epidemic, and the Nova Scotia Legislature passed Bill 482 declaring domestic violence as an epidemic, given the province having one of the highest rates of intimate partner violence in Canada, whereas the Ontario Legislature adopted Bill 102, the Strengthening Safety and Modernizing Justice Act, and now requires all provincially appointed judges and justices of peace to be educated and trained in intimate partner violence and coercive control. Therefore, be it resolved that the Government of Nova Scotia prepare and table a bill by the next House session to adopt Kira's Law and require all professionals who deal with domestic violence, including police officers, judges, lawyers, child protection workers, and doctors, to attend educational seminars on matters related to domestic violence and allow judges to order electronic monitoring for offenders posing a safety risk to intimate partners. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? There are several nays. The motion is tabled. Sorry. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I read my statement, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you. Joining us today in the Speaker's Gallery is Bob Henderson, a Korean War veteran and a dedicated community volunteer. Madam Speaker, it's my great pleasure to introduce Bob and to ask him to accept the warm welcome of the House.
Well, welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here, and thank you for your service. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honour Bob Henderson of Bridgewater, whose service to his country and community has been long and distinguished. Bob is a Korean War veteran who served with the Canadian military for over 20 years, spending time with the Royal Canadian Air Force and Navy. He also served with the U.S. Navy Seabees. Bob has also been a great community volunteer. He served as an auxiliary officer with the Bridgewater Police Service and dedicated 20 years with Special Olympics. At age 90, he retired as the Sergeant of Arms for both the Branch 24 Royal Canadian Legion in Bridgewater and District 12. On Remembrance Day, Bob served as parade commander and then assumed command of the Colour Party. On November 11th, 2021, he was honored at a Halifax Mooseheads hockey game. At the 6-minute mark of the first period, his image was displayed on the big screen. The announcer was quickly drowned out by over 6,000 fans who gave Bob a standing ovation. Recently retired Honorary Colonel Dan Hennessy said that Bob Henderson has taken a place next to those who've served their country with distinction and deserves the title of true Canadian hero. I ask the House to join me in thanking Bob Henderson for his service to community and to country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I want to take a moment to recognize Tina Camo-Surratt and her son Jacob for their profound and moving work. Tina's tribute to her late son Justin is a powerful reminder of the pain that addiction inflicts on countless families in this province and beyond. Justin Surratt, a bright and compassionate young man, tragically lost his life to an accidental overdose just 2 days shy of reaching a 100-day milestone of being sober. Despite his struggles, Justin never lost hope and dreamed of one day helping others battling addiction. In his memory, Tina and Jacob have created a film titled No Family is Immune, which was released this month for International Overdose Awareness Day. This film is not just a tribute to Justin, but a beacon of hope and awareness for others facing similar battles. I want to thank Tina and Jacob for their compassion and concern and strength. Your story will undoubtedly inspire and support many, and their efforts to raise awareness about addiction are truly commendable and will have a positive impact on others battling the life-threatening challenges that addiction brings. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction relative to my member statement.
Please do.
Joining us in the West Gallery today, we have Tanya Miles and her partner Lester Miles, and I welcome you to the House.
Welcome, welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise to congratulate Tanya Miles, Care Team Manager of the IWK's Neonatal Intensive Care Unit. With a 25-year career in neonatal care, Tanya is known as an inspirational leader and passionate advocate. She has championed, comforted, educated, and raised both awareness and funds for families of critically ill babies. Tanya's pivotal role in redeveloping the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit, the NICU, has earned her the prestigious Canadian Impact Award from the Children's Miracle Network. Nominated by the IWK Foundation, this award celebrates her significant impact on children's hospital care. Madam Speaker, on behalf of this legislature, I extend heartfelt congratulations to Tanya. Her dedication to our most vulnerable newborns is truly commendable. Thank you for your tireless efforts and the profound difference you've made. Your legacy will continue to shape neonatal care for generations to come.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Permission to make some introductions.
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the East Gallery and in your gallery, the Speaker's Gallery, we have some incredible coaches and athletes who you will soon hear are making an incredible contribution to basketball and bringing the sport of basketball to a whole new level. Denisha Provo, Danny Castillo, Ian David, Aaliyah Frazier, Lonnie States, Louis A. Gannon Jr., Douglas Hill, Kendra Slaughter, Bev Greenlaw, Coulter Simmons, Dante Provo, and Megan Neves. I'd ask you all to please rise and accept the warm welcome of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly.
Welcome, welcome, and enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I stand to recognize the work of Denisha Provo Canadian Basketball Academy. DPCBAA was created by Denisha and her father, Danny Castillo. Together with her team, Ian David, Aaliyah Frazier, Lonnie States, Louis A. Gannon Jr., Douglas Hill, Kendra Slaughter, Bev Greenlaw, Coulter Simmons, Dante Provo, and Megan Neves, they provide young women with opportunities to achieve success at the highest level of the game. Denisha experienced firsthand how limited opportunities are for women who come from a small town to play at the professional level. She has made a name for herself by being selected by the Canadian women's national team and playing professionally all over the world. Denisha created this association to share her wealth of knowledge of the game and help mentor young women to achieve their potential. Her elite teams have just returned from a trip to New York City, where they attended a WNBA game and played in a tournament in Manhattan. These are opportunities that will not only highlight the skills of young Nova Scotia athletes, but also serve as an experience of a lifetime for these young athletes. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to join me in recognizing Denisha and her team and congratulating them for their excellent work in women's basketball. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member of Kings South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. May I beg leave to make an introduction before my member statement?
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd ask all members of the House to point your eyes to the West Gallery, where we're joined here by some inquiring young students, inquiring minds from Landmark East School, the citizenship class in grade 9. I'd ask each to stand as I read your name. Colton Schofield, Carter Levy, Mitchell Reed, Warren Mostovac, and Luasi Lucy. They're also joined by their teachers, Wayne Alders and Ms. Michaela Westergaard. They've been here to tour the legislature this morning and are joining us for QP, so I ask all members to be on their best behavior during our 50-minute QP, and please join me in welcoming them to the House.
Welcome to the House, and I'm sure you will enjoy QP. I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Landmark East School in Wolfville as it celebrates 45 years of transforming lives. Since 1979, Landmark East has been a beacon of hope for students with learning differences such as dyslexia, ADHD, and other challenges. Through individualized programs, small class sizes, and a nurturing environment, the school has empowered students to achieve their full potential, both academically and personally. I want to thank the dedicated staff, board members, students, and families of Landmark East for their commitment to educational excellence and inclusion. Over the past 4.5 decades, the school's unique approach has had a profound impact, fostering confidence, resilience, and lifelong success. Many graduates have gone on to achieve incredible accomplishments thanks to the solid foundation laid by Landmark East. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Landmark East School on 45 years of life-changing impact and best wishes for continued success in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you. I beg leave to make an introduction relative to my member statement.
Please do.
Today, I'd like to welcome members of the Elderberries to the legislature. The Elderberries is a community group for 2S LGBTQIA+ individuals aged 50 and above, although membership is flexible. In your gallery today, we're joined by Lynn Murphy and Howard Heyman. And in the West Gallery, the current chair, Baron Camperman.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to remember Raymond Tavel. Raymond Tavel made Nova Scotia his home starting in the 1990s. He very quickly became involved in, as he said, community to be the change. He served on Halifax Pride and was co-chair with 2 early victories, such as convincing HRM to declare Pride Week and to fly the Pride flag at Grand Parade Square. He was a part of NSRAP, Interpride, and a founding member of Fierté Canada Pride. Raymond died in an attack in 2012. This past summer, the Elderberries honored what would have been Raymond's 60th birthday in the park that bears his name in Halifax, Raymond Tavel Park. It was a time to remember his formal accomplishments, but also his spirit, courage, and community building. Madam Speaker, I ask that we all take to heart his motto of Be the Change.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make another introduction.
Please do.
Thanks. In the Speaker's Gallery, we are joined by Dan Hennessy. Dan is a warm, passionate, energetic volunteer who I also consider to be a real friend. Dan, I ask you to rise, please, and accept the warm welcome of the legislature.
I recognize the honourable member of Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Dan Hennessy of Bridgewater, a family man, a selfless volunteer, and a community advocate with a quick wit and a warm, friendly demeanor. Dan is often called upon to MC local reception ceremonies and community events. He's also a published author of With the Snap of a Glove, a book that chronicled his battle with prostate cancer. And he is currently the president of HB Studios Sports Center. Dan served for 9 years as the honorary colonel of 14 Construction Engineering Squadron, RCAF, from 2015 until just this June. During his tenure, he organized a very successful Yellow Ribbon campaign in Bridgewater and spearheaded a memorial to Corporal Paul Davis, a local casualty of the Afghanistan mission. He also hosted the RCAF Centennial Golf Tournament at Osprey Ridge Golf Course this June and is co-hosting the Canadian Walk for Veterans on September 21st at the Amera Oval with Terry Kelly. Dan was awarded the Queen Elizabeth Diamond Jubilee Medal and most recently the RCAF Command Commendation, recognizing his work with the RCAF and community. I call upon those in the House to join me in thanking Dan for his dedicated service. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to pay tribute to charismatic former councillor for Prospect St. Margaret's, Jack Mitchell. He recently passed away and his celebration of life was today. Jack loved his large family, his community of Bayside, and his hunting and fishing expeditions. He was one of the most knowledgeable people in the commercial fishing supplies business in Atlantic Canada. And he took great pride and was a dedicated and committed member of Councillor of District 23 in the 1990s. And after retirement, he served as the chair of the Community Monitoring Committee for the Otter Lake Landfill. In his time in County Council and also Regional HRM Council, Jack was successful in many projects. The West Dover Ball Field, Shad Bay Soccer Field, Brookside Junior High Soccer and Ball Fields, Prospect Road Elementary Tot Lot, Terrence Bay Launchway, Coolins Beach in Shad Bay, Hubbard's Ball Field, Village Green in East Dover, HRM Parkland at East St. Margaret's, Hackett's Cove Parkland, and HRM Parkland at Tantallon Schools, and the Johnny Mitchell Memorial Park with boat launch in Bayside. He had many accomplishments, but is first known as a family man. Please join me in remembering the legacy of the late Jack Mitchell. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to extend the congratulations of the House to economist and Halifax-Chebucto resident Lars Osberg on the release last week of his new book, The Scandalous Rise of Inequality in Canada. Building on his earlier work, including his The Age of Increasing Inequality, Osberg's new book examines trends in the stagnation of middle-class income, the erosion of income at the economic bottom, and the strong income growth in the uppermost decile. In the process, Osberg outlines a range of proposals for countering inequality in our country, from inheritance taxes to full employment to a compelling variant of basic income, participation income. Lars Osberg is McCullough Professor of Economics at Dalhousie. The Scandalous Rise of Inequality in Canada is published by Lorimer, and it is to be recommended to the public discourse in Nova Scotia. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, in your gallery today, the Speaker's gallery, we're joined by Jude Avery, who has been recognized for his tremendous work for the Acadian community in Guysborough County. And Jude is a community pillar and certainly a driving force, along with Jennifer Delory, in the establishment of École Belle Bay in Torbay region. So I extend the warm welcome to the House to Jude Avery.
Welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize Mr. Jude Avery of Larry's River. 2 years ago, I congratulated Jude for receiving Lieutenant Governor of Nova Scotia Award of Excellence for contributions to l'Acadie et la Francophonie de la Nouvelle-Écosse. A retired educator, Jude has continued his passion for his Acadian history, culture, and language by being a champion for the Acadian community. He applied this extensive knowledge while writing 2 books on Acadian history. Jude has been one of the key founders of the Société Acadienne de Torbay and, of course, our annual Festival Save-A-Lot, which brings home family and friends for 4 days of celebration. Jude has been the backbone of the efforts to bring a CSAP school, École Belle Bay, to Larry's River. It opened last year, and his daughter, Nicole, also an educator, is the principal. Madam Speaker, Jude is a dedicated husband, father, and grandfather. His passion for his culture, community, and family has lit a spark in the youth of his Acadian village, which has extended even further into the county. A true role model and leader, we thank Jude for inspiring so many people. Your community and province are forever grateful. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just rising to my feet to wish a little girl a happy 10th birthday today. Emily Sarah came into the world 10 years ago, and she's wonderful and kind, and many of the folks might know her in here, but she got a big day planned. She's got a big day planned with her friends. She's at school right now. She's going to watch this member statement, so I'm going to take over and trump her mother and tell her she can eat all the ice cream sandwiches that she wants. But you know, Mom's home planning a big day for her with Allie, and I rise to my feet to tell my daughter I love her and wish her a happy birthday.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate David Downey Sr., the patriarch of the Downey family and the descendant of George Downey. The Downey family has a long history in Nova Scotia, specifically in the north end of Halifax, known to all of us as the Fighting Downeys, with a huge, impactful history of boxing in Nova Scotia, Canada, and the world. David Downey Sr. has been recognized and inducted into the Nova Scotia Sports Hall of Fame. The Downey family has a strong history here in Nova Scotia, from George Alexander Downey serving the No. 2 Black Battalion, decorated boxer Robert Bobby Downey Sr. serving in the military as a military chef, Graham Downey being the first black councillor in Halifax and the first black deputy mayor in Nova Scotia, and Billy Downey owning the Arrows nightclub. So between the military, city council, middleweight champion of Canada, and the hottest nightclub in Halifax, the Downey family are highly respected for their service to their country, to the province, and to the city in which they lived in Halifax on Creighton Street. With 8 generations of history, the Downey family has contributed in many ways to Canadian history and society.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
Madam Speaker, I beg to make an introduction.
Please do.
In the Speaker's gallery today, we're joined by the head of Softball Nova Scotia, Chris Hopewell. I would ask Chris to rise to accept the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome. Welcome. Enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member of Hants East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to extend my congratulations to Chris Hopewell on his remarkable leadership as the head of Softball Nova Scotia and his outstanding dedication as the coach of the Under-11 East Hants Mastodons. Chris's commitment to developing young athletes and fostering a love of the game is inspiring. Through his guidance, countless players have grown not only in skill, but in confidence and teamwork. Chris's passion for softball and tireless work have had a tremendous impact both locally and provincially. Madam Speaker, I ask the members of the legislature to join me in thanking Chris for being a positive force in the sport of softball and in the lives of so many young athletes. Here's to his continued success and shaping futures. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, people of Clayton Park West elected me as their voice. It will always be my privilege to do so. Yesterday, we heard from the Minister of Community Services regarding the pallet shelters being erected at the Canada Game Centre. The Minister stated that the councillors, the Canada Game Centre, the BMO Centre, all knew about the development. It's strange that the only person who was not included was the MLA and the constituents of Clayton Park West. Madam Speaker, Clayton Park West is a welcoming community. We are not NIMBYs. We recognize the need for temporary housing for those who need a hand up. What we are upset about is the lack of transparency and consultation. I would be happy to have sat with the minister to look at several locations in our neighborhood where the pallet schedule would have been much more suitable. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the constituents of Clayton Park West for reaching out to me via emails and on Facebook, with their comments on Facebook, and I will advocate and be their voice for as long as I can. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Period program, which runs out of the Highfield Park Farmer Choice. The Period program, which began with a Facebook post, marked its 5-year anniversary this past April of 2024. That same month, Cassidy Bellefontaine, who started the program in 2019, received a Halifax Volunteer Award for District 6. It was a very exciting time for the program. The Period program's goal is to ensure that no one who has a menstrual period can't afford the proper supplies due to financial barriers. The program provides full boxes of pads and tampons and reusable options like menstrual cups as well. The program is funded by donations and fundraisers which Cassidy runs, such as bake sales, cake pop sales, yard sales, and the like. And I ask the House to join me in acknowledging the very good work of the Period program and to congratulate Cassidy Bellefontaine on receiving the Halifax Volunteer Award for her work on this vital project.
I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, also in the gallery today, we're joined by Alistair Chisholm. Alistair and his wife Nancy have been recognized in the community for being exceptional volunteers. Alistair is also a pillar of the community, a masterful storyteller. He's worked in, I believe, 39 countries across the world, many dangerous situations, but Madam Speaker, none more dangerous a job than being the only Tory in Larry's River. Please welcome Alistair Chisholm to the legislature.
Welcome, and we hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize Alistair and Nancy Chisholm of Larry's River. Alistair and Nancy's family's roots are strong in Guysborough County. Alistair grew up in Guysborough Interval, and although Nancy was born in Ontario and raised in the Bahamas, her dad was from Larry's River. After 25 years of living in Singapore, they moved home to Larry's River and built a home. Since that time, they have become enthusiastic volunteers in the community, have been embraced by the local residents. Alistair is a member of the Larry's River Volunteer Fire Department and a 911 responder. He has been a passionate supporter of Ecole Belle Bay and worked hard behind the scenes to keep the momentum going for this very important project. He's always there to help at community events, and he's known as a get-it-done guy. Nancy, who is also a huge community volunteer, is often first to be asked, but usually she has already volunteered before the ask is even made. Alistair and Nancy were just inducted into the honor roll during the most recent Festival Savalat celebration. They were recognized by their community for their endless volunteer time and their remarkable kindness to their neighbours and their village. Madam Speaker, Alistair and Nancy Chisholm are certainly a couple who go above and beyond without asking for anything in return. I ask members of this House join me in applause to congratulate them on their honor roll induction. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Portland Estates and Hills Residents Association, who have been an active, vibrant, and diverse organization of volunteers for over 30 years. Their common goal is to enhance the lives of their residents by promoting community spirit through a variety of community events. The association also acts as an environmental watchdog. They've been instrumental in the building of an extensive trail system that exists in the community for all to enjoy. One of their most anticipated events will take place on September 26th, when they once again will be holding their movie night in the park. The Birches Park Field will be the location of this much-loved free community evening with the screening of Jungle Book. This family-friendly event will have no shortage of popcorn and movie-watching snacks. It's a BYOBC. Bring your own blanket and chair. We wish the community much success in this event under the stars. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize the amazing volunteers of the Terry Fox Run hosted in New Waterford over the weekend. Every year, Bobby O'Coin gathers his volunteers for the community's annual Terry Fox Run, and every year, the community turns out. Bobby is deeply committed to the Terry Fox Foundation and the need to raise money for cancer research. I want to thank him and his crew of volunteers, and to all the individuals who came out in our community to support the Terry Fox Run. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, in East Gallery today is an incredible coach, Nick Boner, who is not only a longtime coach, but a true longtime friend of my mom and dad's. It's a special day for me as well. Joining Nick is his wife of 51 years, Donna, and just one of his committed organizers, Darlene Klaus, and missing with them is Robin Burke. I ask you to stand and take a warm welcome to the House.
Welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. It's interesting. I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Madam Speaker, Nick Boner, or Coach as he's known, has been volunteering for 55 years, coaching hockey and baseball. Coach works with youth from tots to junior A and from T-ball through to University Baseball. Through his Learn to Skate program, he teaches children of all ages to skate. In his 18 years coordinating the preschool skate program, Nick has had 3-year-olds go from crawling on the ice to full-on skating. He's also past president of Glace Bay Minor Hockey Association and has volunteered for 30 years refereeing floor hockey tournaments. In Major Little League, Coach has led 2 Glace Bay teams to national titles, while his University Baseball team, the Capers, won the 2005 Canadian Championship. He's also rebuilt the Glace Bay Antonians minor baseball team. Nick has a remarkable record. He participated in 18 national championships and founded 2 annual tournaments that provide scholarships for the Glace Bay High School students. Literally thousands of children across multiple generations know him as Coach and have benefited from his unwavering commitment to our youth. His dedication to hockey has earned him the respect and assistance of organizations such as the NHL Players Association. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to congratulate Coach Nicky Boner.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I rise to thank my CA, Joanne Horgan. As we're all here doing our work in the legislature, our CAs are back home looking after the office. And Joanne is an exceptional CA. When we got together before the election and we talked about both our goals for the role of MLA was to be involved and help out in our community. And Joanne takes that to the nth degree, Madam Speaker. Joanne attends so many events. She has such conscientiousness with each constituent that comes in the office. And I just want to thank her for the work that she does in our office, for the seniors, for the families, and for the youth of our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize the team at Autumn House in Amherst on the recent grand opening held at Lilac Place, a resource center for women. Autumn House is a member of the Transition House Association of Nova Scotia, and they provide an invaluable service to those in our community who have been abused by an intimate partner. Recognizing another unique need, the team established Lilac Place to serve all women by offering a variety of services beyond emergency support, counseling, and advocacy they have traditionally offered to those experiencing the challenging and often emergency life situations. Just a sample of the activities hosted at Lilac Place include a recent clothing swap, education and tools for navigating menopause, a bi-weekly knitting club, poetry, creative writing sessions, and support for accessing all kinds of other services offered in the community. Madam Speaker, please join me in congratulating and thanking Executive Director Dawn Ferris and the Board of Directors of Autumn House for being forward-thinking and opening Lilac Place in Cumberland County. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to extend my congratulations to Rosalind Brathwaite-Warnham and the organizing committee for such a successful reunion. On the 24th of August, 2024, the Brathwaite and Downey family had their family reunion with the theme of Our Roots Run Deep. Bringing together families is a huge feat, especially when you have to organize large families. And I was there, and it was such an amazing job that was done. Their family ties to Nova Scotia runs deep and has made a huge impact on the fabric of our daily and the history of Nova Scotia. And I was very honored to recognize their family at the reunion on the 24th of August. I would just like to say that I was very pleased to be able to see so many people from the community, and I know that this is not the only reunion that they will have. There will be continual, but I was very grateful to be able to be in attendance. So congratulations on celebrating your family on the reunion.
I recognize the honourable member of Lunenburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I draw members' attention to the gallery where today we have Mike Harlow, President of the Christmas Tree Council of Nova Scotia, and Murray Crouse, President of the Lunenburg County Christmas Tree Producers Association. I see they've both risen, and I ask that members please give them the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome, welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. It's nice to see you both. I recognize the honourable member of Lunenburg.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate staff and volunteers of the Christmas Tree Council of Nova Scotia and our own Lunenburg County Christmas Tree Producers on hosting an incredibly successful international conference this summer. Madam Speaker, everyone in this House already knows that Nova Scotia produces the finest Christmas trees in the world. Our beautiful balsam fir are the centerpiece of holiday celebrations across North America and into the Caribbean and further abroad, offering the quintessential sight and smell of the season. Last month's conference attracted delegates from across the U.S. and Canada, with the furthest traveling from Puerto Rico and the UK to explore topics ranging from climate change adaptation to the race to the super tree. And by the way, we are in that race. Plus, they learned about Oak Island treasure and were invaded by pirates. A great week by every measure. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member of Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This year, the Annapolis Region Community Arts Council nominated Ted Lind for the Annapolis County Volunteer Recognition Ceremony. Ted has volunteered with this Arts Council for over a decade, and for much of that time, he was on the board of directors. He currently serves as chair of the program committee and is deeply involved in the film committee, the digital resources committee, and the exhibition committee. Ted also contributes through writing grants and funding proposals, and has recently been playing a key role in the newly established digital arts platform, Artscene. Recently, Ted and a number of other artists donated their artwork to the Annapolis Pool for their fundraising auction, and I was able to secure the winning bid on one of Ted's pieces. Madam Speaker, I invite all members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Ted Lind on being nominated and celebrated for this year's Annapolis County Volunteer Recognition Ceremony. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to say a few words about my now former constituency assistant, Cody Dion. Cody has worked with my office since October 2023, when my longtime CA of 11 years, Kelly Gomes, decided to retire. Speaker, I am sad to announce that Cody has moved on to a new job. Cody has been invaluable in our office since she started. She has participated in numerous community events, and our community will miss her greatly. She's always put people in our community first. Her love for community shone through in her actions and words. Thank you, Cody, for all you have done, and welcome back, Patty Langley. I am lucky to work with both of you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je prends la parole aujourd'hui pour remercier un groupe spécial de bénévoles, les parents bénévoles qui s'efforcent à garantir une expérience d'apprentissage enrichissante pour tous les enfants de nos écoles. Chaque année, vers la fin de l'année scolaire, le Conseil scolaire acadien provincial et la Fédération des parents acadiens de la Nouvelle-Écosse honorent un parent bénévole de chacune des écoles du CSAP avec le prix d'appréciation des parents CSAP FPANA. En juin dernier, Nicole Boudreau de l'école Joseph Dugas, Laura Como de l'école Stella Maris et Michel Reddick de l'école secondaire de Clare ont été reconnus pour leur contribution. Je demande à tous les membres de se joindre à moi pour remercier ces 3 parents bénévoles et tous les parents bénévoles qui donnent généreusement de leur temps et énergie à nos écoles et nos enfants. Merci. Madam Speaker, I rise today to thank a special group of volunteers, the parent volunteers who strive to ensure a meaningful learning experience for all our children in our schools. Each year, near the end of the school year, the Conseil scolaire acadien provincial and the Fédération des parents acadiens de la Nouvelle-Écosse honor one parent volunteer from each CSAP school with the prix d'appréciation des parents CSAP FPANA. This past June, Nicole Boudreau from École Joseph Dugas, Laura Como from École Stella Maris, and Michel Reddick from École Secondaire de Clare were recognized for their contributions. I invite all members to join me in thanking these 3 and all parents who volunteer for their generous dedication to our schools and our children. Merci.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville, Uniacke.
Speaker, I want to rise today to recognize the recent passing of Gerald Duncan White, or Jerry to his friends, who passed away September 12, 2024 at the age of 69 when he laid down his working tools. Jerry's life of service and adventure. He was sworn into the RCMP on his 19th birthday and eventually joined the Canadian Navy. His personality was larger than life, and his positive outlook and keenness to seize the day led him to a wide variety of experiences. Jerry had the gift to build strong, lasting relationships, and his good-natured personality, sense of humor, and quick wit changed all those he met. Jerry was a member of the RCMP Veterans Association, the UN NATO Canadian Military Group, the Blue Knights Motorcycle Club, the Nova Scotia Mass Choir, John Arborough Lodge, number 122, and St. George. Speaker, you'd often see Jerry at any events across this province leading O Canada or telling the stories about his teddy bears. And I just want to send condolences to his wife Jane and his child, his daughter Linda Lee. Thank you, Speaker.
Order. The time for member statements by members has elapsed. Is now orders of the day. Oral questions put by members to ministers. The time is now 2 o'clock. We will finish at 2:50. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this Saturday marks the beginning of fall, and unfortunately will also mark a full season of the year that this Premier has hidden the family doctor waitlist from the public. The last time this was updated was on June 9th, Madam Speaker. And when this premier was in opposition, I'll remind him that when that number was below 70,000 a year, he said it was a healthcare crisis. Now that the number of people who need a family doctor has more than doubled under his watch, what does he do? He hides these numbers from the public. My question to the premier is, when will he release the numbers from the Need a Doctor registry, and why has he been hiding them for a full season of the year?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Most people know I'm an accountant. I like data. I really like data, but what I really like is good data. And I know the Health Authority is making phone calls to people on the list to make sure, to see if they're still attached or to understand their health condition. So the Health Authority is making those calls. I think it's a good thing, and we'll get better data for sure.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. You can't say on one side of your mouth that you like data and then on the other hide data from the public that hold you accountable to your commitments to the people. Last week at Public Accounts, the interim CEO of Nova Scotia Health told reporters that it could be months before the doctor wait list is released. Madam Speaker.
It's 45 seconds. The clock went to 0. Oh, okay. The clock didn't run properly, so we will start over your time, if you'd like to. Cast its goodwill. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition with his first supplementary.
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, but the Premier can't say he likes and cares about data and then keep that information, keep that data from the public. Last week, the Public Accounts Committee, the interim CEO said it could be months before the public knows what the numbers are on the Need a Doctor waitlist. I think this is a product of putting a partisan lawyer in charge of our health authority. It ensures that politics come before people in healthcare, and this is another example of that. Madam Speaker, while the Premier can review these numbers, there's no reason he can't release these numbers to the public as well. Why isn't the Premier releasing these numbers even while his department is auditing the list?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member, former health minister, he knows what's happening in the healthcare system. When he was health minister.
Let's hear the answer. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
When the member was health minister, he was pressed on the doctor shortage of the day that his government had, and as he said at that time, we're training more doctors than ever before. There's no easy solution. But let me ask, Madam Speaker, did he open a medical school at Cape Breton University? No, he didn't do that, Madam Speaker. Did he fight with healthcare workers for his entire term in office? Yes, that's exactly what he did, Madam Speaker. We're fixing the mess that member left us with.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition with his final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, I think it was Jay-Z that said, men lie, women lie, numbers don't. And that's why we want to see the numbers, Madam Speaker. This government has claimed that they have brought in 300 net new doctors this year, but the math works out to only 10 net new family doctors, Madam Speaker. Another example of the Premier caring a lot about data. At the same time that that's happened, the Premier has increased our population by close to 40,000, and the family doctor waitlist grew by nearly 30,000. Madam Speaker, these numbers don't add up. I'll ask the Premier now, does he regret promising Nova Scotians he could fix health care? Because it's clearly a promise he can't keep.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, we have an expression for what the member is doing. It's called opposition math, Madam Speaker. But the reality is that first we have the Leader of the Opposition supported the federal carbon tax. Then he supported the federal government on asylum seekers. Then he sided with the Liberals on the Isthmus yesterday, Madam Speaker. He continues that. I just have one question for the member. Is there one single issue will he stand with Nova Scotians on as opposed to the Liberal Party?
I I recognize the Honourable Leader of the NDP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier this year, the Auditor General described the government's original purchase of the unfinished Hogan Court Hotel as highly unusual and concerning. The deal included negotiating with a developer who didn't own the property, payment of that developer's tax bill, and forgetting to include the driveway in the final agreement, among other irregularities. This project has been plagued from the start. Can the Premier tell me how many people have received care at the Hogan Court facility?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a new initiative in healthcare for sure. It's one I'm very proud of. The new initiatives are hard for sure. Big initiatives are hard. Big new things are even harder. But you know what, Madam Speaker? We are doing the work. We are transforming healthcare. And in December, 68 people will be receiving care in that facility in September. And I would encourage the member to challenge those 68 as to whether they're happy to be there. We'll see, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South with her first supplementary.
The government has had an expert opinion from the start that this was an ill-suited and unfit location. Patients, as it turns out, are not hotel guests. After project delays, challenges, and criticism, the province was approached with a sweetheart deal by Shanex to buy the building. The catch? We pay their mortgage and construction costs, and they don't pay us for the building for 2 more years. Is this more, faster? How many people right now are benefiting from this new, exciting facility?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, we are embarking on big projects. We're transforming healthcare in this province. And that's a new thing. You know, we didn't see the prior government do that. We didn't see the NDP do that when they were in government. You know what the NDP did when they were in government, Madam Speaker?
Order. Order. The Honourable Premier has the floor. I'm going to recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Do you know what the NDP did when they were in government? They actually cut healthcare spending, Madam Speaker. And now they complain about the state of healthcare. They didn't act on a report they had in their hands about a looming retirement crisis for doctors. Instead, they cut funding from healthcare, Madam Speaker. We're investing record amounts, and I am not ashamed to invest in Nova Scotians. Nova Scotians have a right to expect that their government cares enough to invest in their healthcare, not cut the healthcare spending.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the NDP.
You know what the NDP did when they were in government? They brought in collaborative emergency care. The first province in the country. The Auditor General's February report also found that a laundry list of misuses of procurement processes and public dollars associated with this project. A laundry list, including a questionable $18 million to an advisory firm, part of which was to advise on the purchase and development of Hogan Court, even though the government already knew from another firm that it was a bad idea. But now, with millions of spent and no value realized, this government just gave another $1 million untendered contract to that same advisory firm. This project clearly isn't good value for money. How can the Premier continue with a straight face to assure Nova Scotians that this project has any value for them?
Order. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. These projects take time for sure. We didn't break it. We're fixing it, Madam Speaker. We're investing in healthcare. We're building. We're investing in people. And you know what? We're seeing the results. Today, more doctors than there were 3 years ago. Today, more nurses than there were 3 years ago. Madam Speaker, we will continue to invest in Nova Scotians and not cut healthcare like the NDP did when they had their chance with the keys.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, I think one of the reasons we're seeing our healthcare system get worse is because we have a Premier who's looking back 14 years instead of focused on his own record here in the present, and also a Premier that doesn't care about the facts of the situation. This is a Premier that assured this House his attempt to double the population is bringing more healthcare workers into the province. But data, according to his own department, show that last year, healthcare professionals made up less than 10% of the Premier's own nominations to come to Nova Scotia. My question to the Premier is, You brought in more than 30,000 people last year. How many of those new Nova Scotians are not attached to a family doctor?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member opposite for the question. So certainly immigration is an important part of our healthcare strategy. We know that 28% of the 185 doctors that came to Nova Scotia last year were internationally educated medical graduates. Those individuals are either working in specialties or they're working in family practice, and they're caring for Nova Scotians, not only new Nova Scotians, but Nova Scotians who have been here. There were 619 internationally educated nurses who are also part of the solution for us to fix healthcare, to expand programs. You can't complain about different things and then say that we're not addressing the workforce. We need immigration. We're building our own workforce, but we're also bringing people here who are coming mid-career with the essential skills that we need to care for Nova Scotians.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, this government brags about how many doctors they're bringing in. There was 10 net new doctors last year when our population grew by over 30,000 people. If the government looks at doctors per capita in this province, data that is available in their own government briefing notes, I wish they took some more time to read them. You will see that doctors per capita is plummeting here in Nova Scotia. And Madam, instead of taking real action to attach more patients to family doctors, including those that they're recruiting to come here, this government hides the needed doctor wait list from the public for months and months and months. Why won't they release that list so the public knows the truth of the matter?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
If the member opposite was so worried about a doctor for every Nova Scotian, perhaps he'd have hired a few before he left government. There is a very clear path for us to have more physicians. First of all, we're training more physicians than ever before. We've opened a university or medical school. We have a common sense credentialing process that was not complicated, but it obviously was outside of the reach of the former government. We have done everything we can. We are identifying Nova Scotians who want to live and serve in their community as physicians. We are finding people on the ground who have languished in positions that did not use their full scope of practice, and we are now bringing them up to their full credential in order to care for Nova Scotians. There's so much more. I cannot wait for the next question.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, the numbers don't lie. Whether you need a family doctor, whether you're trying to access emergency care, whether you're waiting for an ambulance, all of these things are getting exponentially worse under this government. No matter how much money they spend, no matter how much pat backing they have. Madam Speaker, the government brags about having more surgeries being done. There has been an increase of surgeries by 2% over the last 5 years. 2%. Unfortunately, the government's population growth targets have seen an increase of 10% of the population over the time. That means fewer Nova Scotians are able to access the surgeries they need, which is why wait times are getting longer. My question to the Premier is, why does he say one thing when the opposite is happening?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly we were very fortunate to hear from EHS at PAC recently, I believe it was last week, to say that response times have been halved as a result of the interventions. We have 30 paramedics who are coming from Australia. Our courses are putting out more. Our courses are putting out more paramedics than ever before. We now have emergency medical responders who are contributing to our healthcare system. We have transfer operations. 86% of transfers are now happening and allowing our paramedics to respond. There has been so much effort and money spent, and for the first time in a very long time, healthcare workers feel valued and heard.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have a doctor wait list that is at record levels in this province. Surgeries are not keeping up with the government's own population growth targets. We have the highest wait times to see specialists in the country. And instead of showing a shred of humility, we have a government that is obsessed with past governments and laying the blame on other people instead of taking responsibility. This minister has bragged about virtual care. That's great, but guess what? You can't have virtual surgeries here in Nova Scotia. Virtual care does not help people who need the physical assessments of a family doctor. Madam Speaker, this Premier promised to fix health care. Why is he bragging about a situation that's getting worse by the week?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in fact, there's been a 25% reduction in the surgical wait list since we formed government, just to be clear on the numbers. We've done this by extending OR hours. We've also had designated surgical beds in the province, which are essential in order for us to ensure that we have beds available to people having surgeries. The same-day cancellation rate in our surgeries has steadily dropped over the last number of months because we have these designated surgical beds. We are looking at every asset. We are now meeting benchmark for cataract surgeries in all zones. There has been a shoulder to the wheel. The teams have done an incredible amount of work. They are working so hard to serve Nova Scotians every single day.
Order. I recognize the Honourable Member from Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, in March of this year, the Premier and the Minister of Health and Wellness promised 70 women who were here in the gallery that they will look into what is happening in other provinces when it comes to policies for breast screening, breast screening for cancer, sorry. I requested a meeting with the Minister in April to help her and the Premier understand what's happening in other provinces. I received a response from the Minister on April 23rd, which I will table, to say that they would not meet with us. Madam Speaker, my question to the Minister is, will she commit to meet with myself, Dr. Isles, Dr. Gordon from BC, Dance Breast Canada, where they're ahead of us and finding four times more cancers?
Order. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I did commit that I would meet with the Nova Scotia Breast Screening Program, which I did. I was able to meet with Dr. Isles and the team in June. We met for an hour. We talked about the success of the Nova Scotia Breast Screening Program. We are one of only 2 provinces that has high-risk breast screening in place, and the program has shown to be very effective. I did meet with Dr. Isles. I asked specifically about some of the questions. The evidence is emerging. There is no clear clinical pathway at this time, but we will continue to work with the experts in our province in order to best serve and treat the women in care in the province.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
I thank the Minister for meeting, but the issue is we are still behind other provinces. My sister can get an MRI, but I can't get it, and I had the cancer here. There are women who've been diagnosed with breast cancer 4 or 5 a week who are in stage 3 and 4. We are terribly behind other provinces. Why aren't we trying to learn from BC and Ontario and move on from our experts here who are taking or looking into our mortality rate? They're waiting for us to die before they do something for us. I apologize, but I think we're behind. I'd like the Minister to explain why we are finding less cancers here.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. And I do understand that this is a very personal issue, and I in no way mean to dismiss it. I deeply understand the passion that the member opposite has for this issue. What I want to assure the members that we are working very closely with the experts in our province, that this is a very reputable and respected program that we have. We continue to monitor the evidence. The program itself is under scrutiny at all times to make sure we are providing the right screening and the right care to patients, and I will continue to work with Dr. Isles and the team in order to move forward.
I recognize the Honourable Leader for the NDP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know how important it is that we retain family doctors in this province. With so many unattached patients, we can't risk adding more to the list. One of this government's key plans to retain family doctors in their 2021 platform was to create a physician retirement fund. The retirement fund has not been delivered, but the government did commit to providing Doctors Nova Scotia an update on March 31st, 2024. Can the Premier confirm if this deadline was met?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the member opposite for the question. So certainly we continue to work on a regular basis with Doctors Nova Scotia, not only about this issue, but around other issues as well. We certainly appreciate the work that happens with them, not only around the settlement of a very competitive contract, which has actually resulted in more attachment and access for patients in Nova Scotia as a result. We do know that that's an outstanding item. There are conversations underway, and there'll be more to say to Nova Scotians and physicians soon.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the NDP.
Thank you. The commitment wasn't a conversation, it was a retirement fund, and that contract stipulates that the update was in March. We have a FOIPOP that shows that not only was this deadline missed, but that any movement on the creation of a physician retirement fund has been stalled until correspondence reveals the gravity of the situation. The department heard from Doctors Nova Scotia that a lack of details by the deadline would be, quote, seen by physicians as a failure on the Premier's part. It was also heard that 2 emergency physicians said that if the promise wasn't kept, quote, it will be the nail in the coffin, as they would be moving back to Ontario to practice. And I've tabled those documents. And anecdotally, these doctors are not alone. With 160,000 unattached patients and doctors leaving the province, why won't they keep their promise?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly that was an item in my mandate letter. And to my knowledge, my mandate is not yet over. And so we will continue to work with Doctors Nova Scotia. We want to deliver that for physicians. We're not going to impose something. We've worked back and forth with Doctors Nova Scotia. We know it's a pressing issue. We've also settled a very good contract. We've worked very, very hard to make sure that physicians across all practices and specialties are compensated well. We value physicians. We're recruiting more, we're retaining more, and we'll continue to work with Doctors Nova Scotia and physicians to make sure they have the practice environment that they enjoy.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, in the spring of 2023, I initiated a petition asking government to develop a comprehensive targeted plan to return the emergency room at Soldiers Memorial Hospital back to 24/7 like it was in August 2021. I tabled the petition. It had nearly 7,000 signatures from those in Kings West, from Annapolis, from Digby Annapolis, and beyond. From 24-hour, 7-day-a-week service in August 2021 to removing all evenings in October 21 to hardly any service now, my question for the minister is there a specific plan to return Soldiers Memorial Emergency back to 24/7? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly in each of the zones across the province, we work within communities. We work with the leadership in the zones to understand where the assets are and where the barriers are to recruitment. So absolutely, we're working with local leaders as well as local physicians to understand how best to support the emergency care needs in Western Zone and specifically in Soldiers Memorial. We will continue to do that. We've recently implemented urgent treatment there as a way to support the community as well. We'll continue to look for solutions, and recruitment is top of mind, and we really appreciate the community's efforts to assist us in recruitment of physicians in the area.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The petition also goes on to ask for quarterly public information sessions. The emergency room has been closed, so much it's hard to count, from January 26th, 27th, 28th, February 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, February 23rd, 24th, 25th, May 4th, May 5th, May 11th, May 12th, June 28th, 29th, and 30th, and I can go on, but again, I don't have enough time. People are anxious, they're stressed. I know the minister understands that. They don't have enough information, and a simple ask is to have quarterly public information sessions so they can have their questions answered, and they also have an opportunity to give comments. When can we expect public information sessions be offered in the Middleton catchment?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly throughout the zones, it is an expectation that folks in Nova Scotia Health particularly go into communities and speak to communities about the needs and give them updates. So I don't have in front of me the last time there was a community session, but I do know that the folks in Western Zone have been working very hard. There are a number of initiatives underway, not only in the members area, but across the zone, and certainly I can check on that and get back to him. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a constituent in my riding wrote me to share her story about calling 911. And I'd like to, with her permission, to share the story with the House. She called 911 for her husband, who was ill and struggling to breathe. She was told an ambulance would be there in an hour. It took 10 hours for the ambulance to show up. Thankfully, my constituent was okay. My question to the Minister of Health is, how can we possibly explain to constituents that in Nova Scotia in 2024, they may have to wait 10 hours before an ambulance shows up?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I certainly don't have the specifics of the case, and if the member opposite would like to speak to me about the specifics, I'm happy to do that. What I can say is that over the last number of years, there has been a great deal of work in improving access to patients to paramedicine services. So there are physicians who work in the call center in dispatch 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Those individuals are available to patients. Patients are triaged. There's no question about that. Sometimes they have access to physicians, sometimes they have access to registered nurses, sometimes to clinical paramedics. At times there are planned transfers, other times there are emergency calls. It really does depend on the needs of the patient. This is a community-based organization now and has broadened the scope of the way in which they care for Nova Scotians.
Order. I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the current government told Health Committee last year that the government would start fining the ambulance service company if they did not meet performance targets. That includes, and I'll table that, that includes having 80% of the response time on target. My question to the minister is a 10-hour response time for emergency situation within target for ambulance services, and if not, what is the department doing to fix this service?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. And I certainly can't, again, comment on the specifics of that case. I really don't know the situation, so it would be very premature for me to weigh in on that case in particular. What I will say is that Nova Scotia, or Department of Health and Wellness, is working very hard within the confines of a historical contract. We are working very hard to hold EMCI's feet to the fire in regards to delivery standards. We have data now. We've moved from a contract manager to a regulator in this province. We have seen marked improvement as a result of our regulatory approach. And again, if the contract was stronger when it was signed by the former government, I would have more teeth to be able to address some of the issues that are long-standing with EHS.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when the Premier was in opposition, he'd like to say in the House that the doctor wait list underestimated the true number of Nova Scotians without a family doctor. It was probably double the wait list number. I have a quote here from 2019 to table where he says this. We know that the Premier refuses to release updated doctor waitlist numbers, but I think it's important for Nova Scotians to have a full picture of the healthcare doctor waitlist. So my question to the Minister of Health, there is 160,000 Nova Scotians without a family doctor, or is that number closer to 320,000?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question because it gives me an opportunity to underscore how important it is to have actual data when you're managing the healthcare system. So certainly, we know that as a result of the Need a Family Practice Registry, that there are individuals who have put themselves on there because they can now actually access care. We inherited a list that had no information. It was actually useless. It was not being managed. When nobody was looking into these patients' conditions, nobody was finding out where they were. We didn't even have postal postal codes about the patients who were on that list. Now, Madam Speaker, we have a registry. We have a registry that tells us exactly where Nova Scotians are. We understand the health condition. We understand the care that they require, and we are managing that registry by attaching them to the appropriate primary.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
And Madam Speaker, what's amazing is that this wait list that has exploded in numbers is the same list that the government used to actually get to government. And now that the wait list has more than doubled, it's okay. I've been here long enough and I've seen it all, but to get that answer after they used this wait list time and time again in opposition is amazing to me. So, Madam Speaker, the Department of Health is calling on Nova Scotians on the needed family doctor wait list to try to reduce the number of Nova Scotians on the list. But we're also hearing that when the patients call to enroll in the wait list, they're being reminded that the length of the list. My question to the
Order.
Sorry. Yeah.
Shall we take the minute just to yell back and forth? I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
I can appreciate that the list prior to us forming government was a very difficult thing for the government of the day to talk about. We now have the ability to give those 160,000 people 840,000 opportunities to access care in this province on an annual basis. It allows us to reach in and look at those individuals living with chronic disease and attach them to care providers, such as diabetic education centres. It allows us to identify people who are in the prenatal period in order to attach them to prenatal care. It allows them to have in-person primary care. It allows them to meet with pharmacists.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development. This spring, on the subject of the 4 missing HRM schools, the minister said, the focus right now is securing the land, and as soon as that's done, the rest will flow. It's been over a year since this was announced. How many of the 4 plots of land have been purchased for these schools?
I recognize the Honourable Member for, for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. So I very much appreciate how eager communities are to understand exactly where schools will be built. I am as eager as each of them to be able to share details, and when we're in a position to share details on the specific locations of the schools in HRM, I will be the most excited in the room. I can assure the member opposite that. Madam Speaker, we have invested in a historic $1 billion capital plan to address the growth needs in education in HRM and across Nova Scotia. And Madam Speaker, that does mean 4 new schools in HRM, which we will be announcing as soon as we're able to do that. But it also means medium-term and short-term solutions to address this issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to make a suggestion. Don't make announcements without details. People are going to ask questions. So earlier this year, the Premier said that the department already knew where the schools needed to go. HRM submitted their list of locations in 2022 that showed exactly where 6 to 8 schools were needed to accommodate a growing student population. So my question is, what is the holdup? And when will the minister actually have an answer?
I'm losing track of mine. No. I recognize the Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So just to remind the member opposite, we are in a very different real estate environment now than we have been in years past. And to be able to secure land in the growing and expanding rapidly area of HRM, we needed to do things differently. That meant announcing the new schools, but allowing Public Works the opportunity and time to secure the lands that are needed for those schools. And as soon as we're ready to announce those, Madam Speaker, I will be so excited to do that. We are not waiting, though, Madam Speaker. In addition to Public Works working to secure those lands, we have added dozens of new classrooms in modular spaces across the province and specifically in HRM. We've also added 46 new capital repair projects to ensure that we preserve our existing school infrastructure. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we've heard here in the House, endometriosis is a disease that causes severe pain and fertility issues, and it affects 1 in 10 girls and women across Canada. One of our province's most critical resources for endometriosis care is the IWK Endometriosis and Chronic Pelvic Pain Clinic. Patients are currently facing wait times of up to 18 months or more, depending on the urgency of their particular medical situation. Does the minister think it's acceptable that women have to wait up to 18 months for help with this disease?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the member opposite for the question. It's something that we've had the opportunity to talk about on several occasions in the House before. So the IWK Health Centre does have a chronic pelvic pain clinic that offers a 12-week program that is available to individuals. I do appreciate that there is wait times associated with that. They're also looking at how can we create a hub and spoke opportunity and education with our regional OBGYNs in order to service women, particularly in rural Nova Scotia, and taking some of the pressure off. In addition, there is a Maritime Centre for Pelvic Floor Health as well, which is a multidisciplinary clinic that focuses on self-management. And so we are looking at this issue. It's a very specialized area of medicine.
Order. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Madam Speaker, the big issue, Madam Speaker, is that the clinic, which was heralded with much fanfare in this House, it only operates 1 day a week due to the team's additional duties. And as a result, patients are waiting. Endometriosis advocate Maggie Archibald wrote to the Premier and the Minister of Health explaining the importance of the clinic and how increased funding could be used to improve this essential service. Funding is needed to expand clinical services, support research and innovation, recruit and retain specialists, enhance education and training, and promote public awareness. Will the Minister of Health commit to adding more funding for this important resource so more women can get the help they need?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. So we do work and meet with the IWK on a regular basis in regards to offering services to women across the province. I am aware that there are some pressures on that clinic, absolutely. We do wonder and talk to IWK about what would help. Some of it is recruitment issues. It is a very specialized area of medicine that as a specialty, but we continue our conversations with them, and certainly as we go through the budgetary process, any business cases that are brought forward from IWK will be reviewed.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know that we need world-class healthcare facilities in Nova Scotia, and we also need the staff to operate them. Constituents are writing to me concerned about being able to get medical tests in Halifax. Ultrasounds in particular have wait times in Halifax of more than 100 days. Madam Speaker, does the Minister of Health acknowledge these wait times, and is there a plan to improve wait times of 100 days for ultrasounds in Halifax?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for the question. So we know that across the diagnostic imaging spectrum of care that there has been some deficits. There certainly is end-of-life equipment that had to be replaced, which we have invested in. We are also looking at the appropriate staffing Those tests are triaged. There's absolutely no question. We continue to look not only at the workforce, but also to make sure that not just our tertiary hospitals have the equipment they need, but also our regional hospitals as well. So that work is ongoing, and there is a commitment to reduce those wait times.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Madam Speaker, according to the NSGEU, staffing of ultrasound technicians is at a critical level, and I'll table that. Ultrasounds can help patients get diagnosed early, saving our healthcare system resources in the long run. If the Minister of Health agrees, and I believe she did, that inventory in early diagnosis is the need to increase the number of technicians to perform these necessary tests, then what is the actual plan to do so, resulting in shorter wait times for ultrasounds in particular?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So there has been a 28% increase in the number of ultrasounds that were completed in 23-24, and certainly the contract that was just settled with the healthcare bargaining unit will be a significant step in order to not only recruit but retain. So there, we're working also at looking at how we train ultrasound technicians across the province. So we understand that there has been a lack of attention to the workforce. We also know that wages were frozen under the former government and really were not competitive, but we have fixed all of those things, and we expect to see recruitment and retention improve over the coming months. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is to the Premier. The Chignecto Isthmus, not the Chebucto Isthmus, is the trade corridor connecting Nova Scotia with the rest of Canada. Yesterday, the federal government offered $325 million towards building the dikes stronger and building the dikes higher to protect the critical infrastructure here and to prevent Nova Scotia from becoming an island. Yesterday, we saw our neighboring Premier Higgs accept the offer while still pursuing a legal challenge to the feds. My question to the Premier is, now that Premier Higgs has accepted this offer, will he do the same? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I've mentioned in this House several times now that we know the significance of this project. It literally connects Nova Scotia with the rest of Canada. Quite frankly, to receive an ultimatum on a corridor that is so significant to Nova Scotians and to Canadians, to receive an ultimatum from a federal minister to say, take the money and run, is absolutely disgusting. It's shameful.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The reality is we do not have time to play partisan politics. This government has been in power for more than 3 years, and we have not made any success, any progress, and we just still see things being tied up in the courts. Thankfully, Premier Higgs has accepted the deal. I don't know. It seems to me, and it seems to a lot of people, that we're seeing partisan politics at play. And the reality is, when people elect us, people expect better. Madam Speaker, the lives of Nova Scotians, the people of this province, deserve better. When will the Premier accept this offer and get the work started?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We will continue. We're doing work on this project now. We're committed to completing this project for Nova Scotians. When the member across the aisle talks about partisan politics and playing politics with the Chignecto Isthmus, the only one in this House that is playing politics with the Chignecto Isthmus is that member. I will continue to do the work that we need to do, and I would encourage the Liberals to stop nickel and diming us.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Community Services. Last week, I made mention of workplace bullying that is occurring in the Minister's department. In response, the Minister dismissed this as unfounded accusations and suggested my comments were bullying government employees. Earlier today, I tabled several emails from DCS workers highlighting the workplace bullying they've experienced. Will the minister admit that this is a problem within the department?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, I did not dismiss what she said. We know that there's ongoing work in all departments when it comes to the safety and the importance of all of our employees. We want them all to feel healthy and come to work feeling hopeful. And Madam Speaker, there's more work to do, and we're going to continue to do that. I did not dismiss that outright, and I can assure her that every member of Community Services, if they are feeling that they're bullied or not appreciated, they have an ear in this minister and this department. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I'm glad that the minister has changed his tune. Second, workers just can't go directly to the minister, actually. They're not allowed to. And I'll read some, so I want to read some excerpts from what some of them said. One former employee describes the double standards, bullying, and the constant threat of being reprimanded kept them up at night, and that they had tears, they had them in tears on the way back to work in the morning. Another said, very often workers are so afraid they push it under the rug and they accept this treatment as they need their jobs. Another likened it to schoolyard bullying. How is the minister addressing this work culture in the department?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
So just let me be clear, Madam Speaker. Just like I was as MLA, just as I continue to be as MLA, anyone can approach me. I've had all kinds of employees in the Department of Community Services approach me. Maybe if that individual was minister, she wouldn't want the employees to approach her, but they can approach me, and many have. It's an open door office. Madam Speaker, we are doing lots of things. Employee appreciation is going on right now. We have staff going across the province, talking to our employees, not just the management, not just the middle management, but most importantly, the frontline workers. We want to hear from them. I'm meeting with them. Staff is meeting with them, and we'll continue to listen to them.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's now September and students recently headed back to school. Many MLA offices are experiencing a run on rapid COVID-19 tests. In fact, government MLAs have actually posted that they've been reduced to limiting them to 1 box per family. One post said, please remember others because we don't know when the next tests will be available. Can the Minister of Health please advise when Public Health will distribute more free rapid tests to MLA offices and other locations?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly we are in a very different stage now where we are all learning to live with COVID. We can expect that we will see outbreaks over seasonal outbreaks over the course of the year. And we do appreciate that there is more COVID in communities now that we are moving back inside and certainly maybe back to school or back to work after vacations in the summer. So what's important is that people stay home if they are sick. That is the most important thing they can do, whether they have COVID, whether they have RSV, whether they have influenza. The most important thing people can do is all of those things that we were taught so carefully to do during the pandemic. And if people are in a high-risk category, they can actually get PCR testing through Nova Scotia Health, and they can also access Paxlovid through an online process.
Order. I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Many of us who have good stores of those are finding that the tests we do have are about to expire. And many hospitals are already above or at or near capacity. Encouraging Nova Scotians to stay home when they're sick is a good way, as the minister said, to keep the population healthy. But without rapid tests, people may think they just have cold or allergies. Certainly that was the case when I had COVID. I thought it was allergies. And they may continue to go to school, to work, to visit long-term care homes. The PC platform said this party would focus on prevention. And I'll table that. The federal government has already provided us with tests in the past. Will they now, will the province now getting $100 million extra from the feds?
Order. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Again, I will go back to the messages that it's so important that that people stay home if they are sick. Just because you don't have COVID, because your test is negative, doesn't mean you don't have RSV or influenza or other things that are very contagious.
Order. Order, please. The time allotted for oral questions to ministers has expired. Order. The member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, during question period, tabled documents that were unattributed letters and emails. You are not allowed to submit table documents that are unattributed to anyone. So you cannot. You can retable these in the future if you'd like to, but you cannot redact the information. We'll return the table documents, and we will ask the member to retract the quotes from question period. The member from, okay, so the member from Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, tabled the papers that she has now received. So I'm asking her to stand and retract those papers from question period. Specifically the quotation. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I retract.
Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do stand on a point of order and maybe some clarification. I first want to say that obviously as Minister and MLA, but most importantly as a father, I take bullying extremely serious. But also, Madam Chair,
just the point of order, please, member.
So the documents that were tabled also during member statement were not attributed to anyone, and I'm just asking that the House reject them outright.
Again, unattributed letters and emails may not be tabled or quoted in the House. The tablings are rejected and shall be returned to the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier. The honourable member is free to table them without redaction at a future time. Thank you. Orders of the day. No, sorry, wrong page. Opposition business. I recognize the Honourable House Leader for the NDP.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Would you please call bills for second reading?
Bills for second reading. I recognize the Honourable Leader for the NDP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 479, the Rental Fairness and Affordability Act?
Bills for third reading. Bills number 479. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to move second reading of Bill 479, the Rental Fairness and Affordability Act, as it has been introduced in its present iteration by the Leader of our party. Now, one thing that is striking about the difference in the conversation around Nova Scotia to do with the government's current rent cap proposal and the conversation that took place around the province 4 years ago when the Liberals first brought in the rent cap in November 2020. One difference between these two moments, it seems to me, is that in November 2020, when that first rent cap was brought in, and members will remember it was retroactive to September at that time, that rent cap 1 was really received with a lot of public enthusiasm. Whereas it seems to me that the present rent cap 4, the Conservatives' rent cap, while not substantially different in its structure from rent caps 1, 2, and 3, is being received strikingly in a way that calls for explanation in an entirely different way, a way that could be best described not, I don't think, as excitement or enthusiasm, but in a way that's much more tepid and lukewarm. And I think that there's an instructive reason for this. And that is that the subject of rent control was largely something that was unfamiliar to an awful lot of people in Nova Scotia 4 years ago. So that in the fall of 2020, rent cap 1 was being compared by people to the alternative of the Wild West of the totally unregulated rental market, whereas we're in a different situation now. In 2024, 4 years later, there is, in fact, a pretty widely shared understanding of the difference between an interim rent cap and an actual, real rent control system. And people have come to understand, in a way that was not at the same level, I don't think, the case a few years ago, that it is an actual rent control system, as we in the NDP are proposing with this piece of legislation, that our province really needs. So I want to speak this afternoon for a few moments about the difference between an interim rent cap, the system that we are operating under at the moment, and the system that is being proposed by our party in Bill number 479 of actual rent control. And I want to set out before the House, Mr. Speaker, that a real rent control system differs from a merely interim rent cap in 4 main ways. One is a rent control system is permanent. Now, Nova Scotia has been living with the anxiety-inducing ebb and flow of the temporariness of the present rent system for the past 4 years. I think we are all familiar with this ebb and flow. A cap moves towards expiring, and the worried calls to constituency offices begin to increase. Then another temporary cap is introduced. People naturally breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. Then 6 or 8 or 10 months go by, and the calls begin again. The uncertainty and the insecurity begin to ratchet up another time. I want to propose, Mr. Speaker, this is no way to treat 1/3 of the population of our province. So we distinguish an interim rent cap from a permanent rent control system by the fact that a rent control system is, in fact, exactly that, part of the landscape, a feature, it's permanent. And two, the rent control system that we are proposing in the NDP is comprehensive. That means it includes all rental units, not just those with continuous tenancies, and it does not, unlike the current regime, exclude new tenants. How often do we hear about tenants who have enjoyed a pretty good relationship over a bunch of years with their landlord, but who the landlord has come to in recent times and said, look, I know you've been good tenants, and I'm truly sorry, but I need to make some improvements, and you'll have to move because it's the only way I can stay in business. A decision which is catastrophic for the tenant, and often painful, one would hope, for the landlord, but which is entirely predicated on the current regime's exclusion from the rent cap of the next tenant, the new upcoming tenant in that unit. So the Rental Fairness and Affordability Act outlines a rent control system which does not have this weakness. 3, the rent control system we advocate for is universal. And a universal system, that means it covers every kind of lease, so that it won't matter whether you have a periodic lease or you have a fixed-term lease or any other kind of lease which the landlord lobby in its ingenuity may be able to conjure up. The system is simple. 12 months, X amount of increase, capital R, regardless. End of story. Now, I think it's worth remembering, Mr. Speaker, that the broad use of fixed-term leases first came about, and this is a point that has been made by landlords actually quite candidly before the Standing Committee on Law Amendments, first came about as a way of countering provisions of the Residential Tenancies Act. A central defining feature of the Residential Tenancies Act when it was established in 2010 was that it included what was called security of tenure. This was a big thing 14 years ago. Tenants had lobbied long and strenuously for it. And the principle was included in the current Act, the 2010 Act, out of a recognition by the government at that time of what is required to redress the imbalance of power of landlords and tenants in a rental market such as we have in Nova Scotia. So when security of tenure was brought into the Act, this was received 14 years ago as a real victory for tenants, until not too long after it began to become clear that security of tenure, unfortunately, was actually in Nova Scotia only words on a page, as long as landlords could get around it with an exception with fixed-term leases. So when we say about this current bill, 479, the rent control system in Nova Scotia, that the rent protection offered by this act is universal, we mean that its principles are not to be undermined in this or any other way, and that the protections that the Rental Fairness and Affordability Act offers to renters apply to every conceivable kind of landlord-tenant contractual arrangement. So 1, permanent, 2, comprehensive, 3, universal, and lastly, the rent control system we are proposing is transparent. That is, the amount by which rents may increase is on the basis of a formula, which is public, which is legislated, which is unarbitrary, and which is clear, namely Statistics Canada's Consumer Price Index. Mr. Speaker, both tenants and landlords lost a lot when we lost in the 1990s the transparent rent control system we enjoyed in Nova Scotia until that time. That system, it should also be noted, included too, as with the system that the NDP is proposing, transparent grounds for exemptions, so that landlords who face extraordinary expenses would have clear, transparent criteria on the basis of which to make their case for a rental ceiling exemption. rather than the current recourse which they have, which they are pointed to and incentivized towards by the current regime as the government is operating it at the moment, the recourse they have being to subject their people to the violent displacement of eviction. And so I'll say in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, that 2024 is not 2020. It's not even 2018 when we the first time introduced legislation for this. And the reason that it's not 2020 or 2018 is because there is now in our province a broadened understanding of the difference between a rental regulatory setup like the current one, which is temporary, which is partial, which is exclusive, which is arbitrary. There's a difference between a temporary, partial, exclusive, and arbitrary system and a rent control system, which would be, as I have explained, permanent, comprehensive, transparent, and universal. That is the difference that we offer with this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to get up and speak on Bill 489. And today I would like to see the importance of affordable housing, which no one seems to know what affordable housing is these days. It's to the person who's speaking and to their individual needs. But there are some very positive aspects within Bill 489. Housing affordability is at a critical issue for many Nova Scotians. The member for Halifax-Chebucto said that the much needed, when the rent camp was introduced, it was much needed and welcomed. But now in our current situation with the housing crisis, we need a real rental management system. Bill 489 aims to improve affordability by increasing the number of affordable housing units. The bill targets existing shortages in the housing market. By addressing these shortages, we can better support low-income individuals and families. Increased affordable housing can lead to reduced homelessness. Improving housing conditions contributes to overall community well-being, stability, and quality of living. The bill emphasizes inclusivity, ensuring that housing solutions are accessible to those in need. It reflects a commitment to addressing the diverse needs of our communities. Did I say the wrong bill number? Is that why everybody's... I'm speaking to the proper bill. It's just, it's 489?
479?
479, it was a typo. That's right. And speaking on that, I'm going to end this and say that we support this bill. Thank you.
Recognize the honourable member Colchester North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that we would all agree that the housing crisis is creating real hardship for Nova Scotians. We may disagree on how to resolve these issues, but we all know it needs change, or needs change. Mr. Speaker, the NDP, I believe, the NDP believe the answer is for the government to legislate rent control. In this province, every single rental unit should have rent control, with rent increases tied to a consumer price index. Landlords who want an increase would have to go to the government to apply for an increase. Mr. Speaker, I kind of want to add here that, you know, as I said in the beginning, we agree that there's a crisis here and we need to deal with it. But, you know, and like in every other, you know, instance or debate we have here, I guess, or whatever, there are good, you know, in this case, we'll say tenants and landlords. There's great tenants and great landlords, and there's very poor tenants and very poor landlords. And it would seem to me that this bill, and the speaker from Halifax-Chebucto that spoke first here on this bill, believe that the landlords are the villains. And I just don't know where we'd be without landlords. We would have nothing but public, you know, we have to we have to try and meet the challenge, the housing challenges before us, but certainly I don't think we want the government to build all the housing. So, you know, those landlords are very important to us. So Mr. Speaker, I wish the solution to the housing crisis were that simple. And our government is all about solutions, but we believe that permanent rent control would make the housing crisis worse by driving small landlords, very important people, out of the market entirely. So, Mr. Speaker, I often like to tie policies to personal stories. So I want you to imagine a small landlord. Maybe you bought your first home as a multi-unit property, thinking that your tenants would help to pay a bigger mortgage, or you bought a property that someday you plan to use for your kids or your aging parents, and you're renting it out in the meantime. It's worth doing because you can cover the mortgage and pay the bills, but you might not have a lot of wiggle room when the roof leaks or the furnace breaks. So now imagine that the province brings in rent control. For a small landlord, the financial risk they have taken on would probably feel unmanageable. You'll never be able to raise the rent more than the consumer price index, no matter what repairs you need to make or large bills you need to pay, without making a case, actually having to go to the government to ask if you can, if you can do necessary repairs or pay those large bills. What are small landlords going to do in that circumstances? They're going to sell it. And why, as a government, do we worry about that? Because that eliminates rental housing for people who desperately need it. Mr. Speaker, the last thing we need to do is encourage small landlords to sell their properties. We need them to stay in the market. We need the housing they provide. And the last thing we want to do in a housing crisis is to remove those options. So after, for me, like for 3 years of being as a member of this government, listening to my constituents, both tenants and landlords, as well as debate in this chamber. Additionally, I was part of the law amendments on Monday. I listened intently to both sides, really, tenants and landlords, to try and determine the right way forward. And I can tell you it's a challenge. But after all that time, I can tell you quite confidently there's no easy solutions to the housing crisis. Every action we take with residential tenancy leads to a reaction in the market, and it's often not the one we might expect or one we might want. That's one thing, Mr. Speaker, that I learned early on in my municipal career was unintended consequences, and they are critical. And I think the unintended consequences of this rent cap that's tied to a consumer price index is it would have some real significant unintended consequences. So instead, we as a government are working to increase overall housing supply. Our government has a housing plan, Mr. Speaker, and it's working. The housing starts are up, and we are creating tens of thousands of new units. These include affordable housing, supportive housing, and the first public housing units in 30 years. Madam Speaker, our government has invested in tiny homes, in tiny home units, and tiny home units were put in places in Lower Sackville at the end of August. Shelter homes with 96 transitional home units for those experiencing homelessness were opened in Kentville, Dartmouth, and Sydney. And we are supporting the most vulnerable. Madam Speaker, at the end of August, 32 new affordable townhouses in the Mount Hope area of Dartmouth opened, and residents have already moved in, including a family of 6 who were living in hotels. We've partnered with community housing organizations to build more affordable housing in Antigonish, which we're expecting to open in late 2025. And we've invested in municipal water and wastewater infrastructure too, so communities can support more development. And we are creating up to 10,000 more rent supplements for eligible Nova Scotians, investing more than 69 million in rent supplements alone. And that's just, And that's just what we've announced in the last month. So we're encouraging young people to go into the skilled trades. We're offering bursaries to NSCC, supporting more people who want to mentor our apprentices and encourage more skilled tradespeople to immigrate to Nova Scotia. We're supporting young tradespeople through the More Opportunities for Skilled Trades program when they start work. Now, Madam Speaker, we do this because we need them to build more housing, and it is working, Madam Speaker. So Nova Scotians need more choices, Madam Speaker. When demand outstrips the housing supply, rent is naturally higher. It just stands to reason. So we're working hard and as fast as we can to get more housing built in this province so that renters have more choices and more affordable rents. So when we were elected, we said pretty clearly that we didn't believe a rent cap was a long-term solution to rent prices. We still believe that. So we are working towards a place where we won't need a rent cap at all. But in the short term, while we work at creating more housing, we need to protect the most vulnerable Nova Scotians, and that is why we have extended the rent cap until December 31st, 2027 at 5%. So, Madam Speaker, we felt that this was the right balance, allowing smaller landlords to continue to do maintenance and repair their properties while giving Nova Scotians predictability on rent increases. It continues that protection for Nova Scotians, that protection of Nova Scotians until the end of 2027, while we continue to build more housing that will reduce the pressure on the housing market overall. Madam Speaker, we have introduced legislative amendments and improved the residential tenancy program so that it will be quicker and easier to get these issues dealt with. And in July, the department launched a new online service that allows tenants and landlords to deal with claims on security deposits without requiring a residential tenancy hearing. A tenant who hasn't received their security deposit back can apply within 10 days of the end of their tenancy. They can also use that form if they disagree with the landlord's decision to keep any portion of the security deposit. So we are amending the Residential Tenancy Act to clarify the rules around when a landlord can end a tenancy for bad behavior, a change that helps both landlords and their tenants and their neighbors. So, Madam Speaker, we are working hard to address the housing crisis and to get Nova Scotians the choice they need and deserve as renters. And we don't believe that the solution to rising rents is more bureaucracy, more government control, and less choice for the renter. We believe in more options, and that's exactly what we're doing as we strive to build more homes faster. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank NDP colleagues for introducing this bill and members opposite for speaking on this as well. And I just wanted to get up for a few minutes just to kind of lay out my views on the situation as it relates to rent control, rent caps, rental increases, all the stuff that we've been talking about during this House session, and why I think our position as a party is the one that is, I think, the most balanced and would have the best outcomes over the longer term. So I think, honestly, that the government on this issue has taken the path of political least resistance, has avoided making difficult decisions, has punted the issue down the political calendar over and over again, and has done so again recently until the end of 2027, which, as the member for Chebucto said earlier, is arbitrary, is random, is not based on anything within the rental housing market. And also, as we heard members opposite talk about 5%. As I've said before, 5% is the highest rental increase in the country for any province with rent cap or rent control. And we have no explanation as to where 5% come. I can deduce based on comments from the member for Colchester North and others that they want to consider the cost increases for small landlords and so on. And I have sympathy for that. I think that's a legitimate point of view, but there are other ways to do that than just setting a somewhat random number. In other provinces, in Ontario, for example, if a landlord's dealing with a major cost, maybe there's a flood, maybe the roof needs to be replaced, maybe there's major electrical issues, whatever the case might be, landlord can apply to the relevant agency in Ontario to ask for a higher increase than is allowed to cover those costs. In this case, in Ontario, it's 2.5%, I believe, this year, which is more reasonable in my view. So I think in general, the government has avoided as much as they can making difficult decisions on this issue. And I don't think that's the right way to approach this, because this is complicated and nuanced. And with respect to my colleagues in the NDP, and I respect that they've been pretty consistent for a long period of time with regards to their view that permanent rent control is the solution here. I don't agree with that necessarily, primarily because to me, it seems as though something that this should be used in moments of crisis. If you think back 4, 5, 6 years ago, and for a long period prior to that, when the rental market in Halifax and Nova Scotia in general was much healthier, CMHC looks at about 3% and above as healthy. And in those kinds of markets, the tenants certainly have more options and therefore more power, I would say, relative to landlords, because you can move, you can have more options. If you have issues with your landlord, it's not a crisis necessarily, because maybe down the street or down the block, you can find an apartment for what you're paying now, maybe a little less if you're lucky. And that was the case in Nova Scotia for quite some period of time prior to, as we all know, the last few years. So I don't dispute the need for a rent cap system at the time. Now, we have legislation on the floor that we've talked about that would continue a rent cap system that I think would be based on analysis from an independent expert body, not the government, which is the case in other provinces, and also would tie the rent cap system to the vacancy rate, which is a much more logical way, in my view, to do it than to tie it to a date, which makes no sense. So we have said in legislation that the rent cap should continue in Nova Scotia until we reach a vacancy rate of 4%, which, by the way, would take years, more than likely. That's not going to happen in 2025 or 2026 or probably 2027 either. So that's a medium-term goal. And if you look at, I would encourage members to look at a study that was done by CMHC in December of 2020 on the topic of rent control and the issues in terms of how it impacts rental prices. It's an interesting study. I wish we had something from last week as well that was more current, but we don't at this time. But the results of the study suggested that it's not clear. I wish it were clear. We'd love to have black and white things in politics, but oftentimes it's very nuanced. It was not clear in the markets they studied in Canada, 5 or 6 cities, what impact the rent control regimes in Toronto or Vancouver, I forget the others off the top of my head, had on rent prices. It wasn't clear if it was making prices lower, if it was keeping them steady, or if it had minimal impact. And so in cases like that, where to me the evidence is not overwhelming one way or the other, I think it makes more sense to take a temporary approach that we've put forward that is not based on political considerations, that is not based on electoral calendars or the whims of cabinet, but is based on evidence and fact. And that's what we should be doing when we're dealing with an issue as complicated and multifaceted as housing. So I just wanted to get up on this bill, Madam Speaker, and lay out my position and, in general, our party's position on this issue as well, with respect to the positions of the others. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the folks who have spoken to this bill so far. And I just want to say a few words on the bill as well, and a couple of points in reaction to what I've heard today. So just to be clear about what this bill is, This bill is not the moral police. It's not it does not contemplate bad landlords, bad tenants, good tenants, bad neighbors, as I heard the Premier say the other day, good neighbors. This bill has nothing to do with that. This bill has to do with implementing a regulated system with which to regulate the price of rent in Nova Scotia. That's all it does. And I would suggest that, my colleague from Bedford South, he mentioned his idea for a system. It's a system. It's a regulated system. It might not be the exact one that we're presenting in this bill, but it's a heck of a lot better than the Wild West, where there is no system, and that we haphazardly address, the issue of the time with a slapshod cap of some kind that makes some people happy, makes other people irate, and actually doesn't really work. So I buy what my colleague from the Liberal Party is saying in that way, that he sees a place and he sees that maybe, something tied to, or the UARB decides or whatever, or tied to vacancy rates is like, okay, fine, sure. I take that over what we have now. But I still would suggest that what we've got in front of us is an actual real system of rent control like other provinces, in that we can make sure that people are not priced out of a rental situation. Now, Madam Speaker, I don't need to remind you, and I'm sure you're all sick of hearing it, but I represent Dartmouth North. And Dartmouth North has the highest percentage of renters in the province. And I also represent, so I represent people who rent, a lot of people who rent. I represent people who rent, who spend lots of money on their rent, more than I could spend. And I represent people who spend a little bit of rent, well, not a little bit, used to be a little bit, but, a sort of, reasonable amount of money on their rent. And then I represent a lot of people who live on very low incomes, on income assistance, and they either have a rent subsidy or they struggle like crazy. And I also represent people who just can't manage it and become homeless. And that happens on a regular basis in Dartmouth North. I also represent lots of homeowners, and I also represent lots of landlords, to be honest. And so all of these people have, something to say about the situation. But I would say that all of the people I represent don't want to see people homeless. And it is not an exaggeration, Madam Speaker, to say that the policies of this government are causing homelessness. And so if the member for Colchester North can talk about, the person, the example that, when the member of Colchester North talks about, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here for a minute, but talks about, pardon me, he said a lot of things. So all of the things that this government is doing for homeless people, okay, great, because the alternative is not doing anything, and we'd have people literally dying in the streets. So great that we're putting people into pallet shelters. That's awesome. Or putting people into hotels. But the fact that they're bragging about that, about how much money and the historical amounts of money that they're spending on homelessness, Madam Speaker, is infuriating. Because it is their policies that are causing the homelessness in the first place. And so if they do, if they do not change the policies that are causing homelessness, the pathways that experts in our province have said, because they've been working in housing for 30 years, have said are leading directly to homelessness, then there is, number one, no point in spending all that money on homelessness, and number two, it's just throwing good money after bad, Madam Speaker. And so this bill, actually, if we implemented a real reasonable system of rent control, it would tie the rent control to the unit, which, Madam Speaker, would disincentivize landlords from using fixed-term leases to kick people out so they can raise the rents.
Absolutely.
And that's what we are seeing happening. And this government can say, oh, that's just a couple of landlords, or that's not the big landlords, or that's not the small. I don't care who it is. It's happening. And housing experts can prove that it's happening because they are working with people living in tents who used to be able to pay their rent and now can't. And that's a real problem. So, because of fixed-term leases, and before we had any kind of rent cap, because we had no control over rents, and so people were just like getting slammed with $500 rent increases, and that was happening before all of this discussion was taking place around the rent cap that the Liberals brought in. Literally $500, $600, $1,000 rent increases happening in my community, which is like impossible to deal with, obviously. Before that, a system of rent control would ease that in some way. So, tenants are faced with great instability. And so are landlords with the system that we have now. Because there are landlords, oh yeah, and this is where I want to get back to my friend from Colchester North. So he gave a great example of a mom and pop landlord situation. You buy a house with a rental unit in it, the roof starts to leak. Oh my God, we can't make the payments because we can't charge more rent. The fact is that this bill contemplates that exact situation. Read the bill. It does. It contemplates it. There is a system in which landlords go and apply for a bigger rent increase. Right now, landlords are going to the residential tenancies department or board for all kinds of things. So they know how to do that. It's not a foreign situation. You fill out a form, you say, my roof caved in, I need to raise the rent to pay for the roof. Can I do that? Yes, you can. Here's your rental increase. That tenant may or may not be able to deal with the increase, but that's the way it goes. So, these ideas that the NDP wants to make it really difficult for landlords is just not true. It's just like unfounded. So. Landlords face great uncertainty because in some cases their operating costs are increasing faster than the rent cap. Totally true. The Rental Fairness and Affordability Act actually balances the rights of both parties. And it does it in a simple way. As I said before, it ties the rental increase cap to the unit, not to the tenant. This automatically reverses the current incentive for landlords to use fixed-term leases and get around the rent cap. Whether a tenant stays in the unit or vacates a unit, the landlord can only increase the rent of that unit by a set amount. This is not rocket science, and it's also not unusual. This is the way rent control works in, I would say, every other jurisdiction, although I don't, majority of jurisdictions. Second of all, the landlord, as I've just said, can raise the rent each year. The amount by which a landlord can raise the rent is kept at a low, manageable rate. We're suggesting tied to the consumer price index. But as I said before, show me a better system, and we'd probably say, sure. But a no system is not a better system. Third, in cases where a landlord finds their operating expenses exceeding the amount of rent taking in, they can apply through the official channels for an above guidelines rental increase. Common sense, humane way to handle what's increasingly becoming a painful issue for too many. We have a vacancy rate of just 1%. And in that case, Madam Speaker, Nova Scotians on the regular are choosing whether to buy food, pay for their medications, or become homeless.
That's right.
That's the choice in Nova Scotia right now for, I'm not kidding, like a lot of people. Yeah, a lot of people. So on top of this, now we're having rental increases, rental costs increased by 5%. I remember when the first rent cap came in, the Liberals brought in, there was a considerable amount of celebration in my community. Oh, we did it. We got rent control. We got a rent cap. That's awesome. Sue, this is awesome. And I was like, yeah, it's great because now your rent can't increase more than 2%. But now it can increase more than, it's 5%. And who the heck knows if we keep it on past 2027, and by the way, it's not legislated, I don't believe, the rent cap, it's in regulation, so it could go up more. It's 5% is actually too much right now. Incomes aren't going up by 5% every year, that's for darn sure. So, on top of this, having rental costs increase by 5% or more, if you're on a fixed term lease, of course, it's continuously pushing individuals and families closer to the edge and, I would say, into homelessness. This past winter, a CMHC report stated that Halifax's overall average rent increase of 11.9% was the highest single year increase and 4 times the average historical growth rate. 4 times. We know we've seen increasing levels of homelessness, and we know the problem will only continue to balloon until we fix the issues that are causing the homelessness. Historically high rent increases, fixed-term lease loopholes, and that's why we need to implement real rent control. And just like a final, in my last minute or two here, a final PSA to anyone who's watching, we do not have rent control in Nova Scotia. Rent control has not broken the system because we don't have rent control, Madam Speaker. I heard that a lot. I heard many people at law amendments the other day say, we told you rent control would fail, and you can see now it's failed. But it hasn't failed because it doesn't exist. So we think it should be, and we will show you that it can work. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll stand and provide a few remarks on the NDP Rent Control Bill 479. I'll start off by saying every action has a reaction. And I'm standing on my feet to share a few thoughts, or perhaps a response to some of the commentary from the member from Dartmouth South. Sorry, Dartmouth North, thank you. I think as a leader in this chamber and a leader in this province, the member should be ashamed to insinuate that anybody on this side of the House would support Nova Scotians being homeless. Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Order. Order. The Minister of Service Nova Scotia has the floor. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member opposite criticized our government's actions to support people living in homelessness. It is a reality that we have a housing crisis in this province. It is a reality that people are struggling to make ends meet. But on one hand, we're being criticized for increasing our budget significantly under the Minister of Community Services to provide a roof over the heads of people that need it, to provide the wraparound services that they need, to provide funding to community organizations that are providing an invaluable service to Nova Scotians from one end of the province to the other. So to make a joke, a mockery of government investments to support people that are facing tough times, the member should be ashamed. Every single day, and the member opposite the member opposites may not agree with that, but it is a fact, Madam Speaker. There's questioning from members opposite about, the decisions made of government. Oh, and it's easy. Every single day, there are tough decisions being made in government for the betterment of the lives of Nova Scotians, regardless of where they live, to try to make it better. Previous governments sat on their hands, turned away federal funding, neglected to see that on the horizon there was a housing crisis, continued to support policies being downloaded by their federal cousins that actually are making it tougher for Nova Scotians, Madam Speaker. So you can't say on one hand, do more, and then on the other hand, do less. And on the other hand, I guess if you have 3 hands juggling, continue to support a carbon tax, because I think that would be the single biggest initiative that the members opposite could stand up and actually support us on this side of the House and actually call on their federal cousins to remove. Madam Speaker, there is clearly a difference of opinion on how we address the housing crisis. Members opposite believe that a rental control regime, whether it be a temporary rental control regime or a permanent rental control regime, will be the absolute solution to the housing crisis. They are missing the boat. The boat has set sail, Madam Speaker. What we need is more housing. I wish that the previous governments would have started actions that we are taking now as a government years ago, whether it be in housing, whether it be in healthcare, Madam Speaker. We are faced with a number of challenges that in different situations, in different sectors of this province, that, yes, they're broke. But guess what? We didn't break them, Madam Speaker, but we're certainly trying hard to fix them. As Minister, Madam Speaker, I can assure all members of this House and say quite confidently there is no easy solution or easy solutions to the housing crisis. And every action we take with residential tenancies leads to a reaction to the tenancy market, to the rental market, and sometimes from members opposite, actually. And it's often not one we might expect or we want. But when you're dealing with a third of the population who are tenants across the province, living in different situations, some that are privileged enough to rent a more luxurious apartment or a home, and others that are struggling to make ends meet, Madam Speaker. That is the truth. And then recognizing that there are landlords across the spectrum, and far too often it's painted with a big wide brush that all landlords are corporate landlords and they're there to take advantage of their tenants. That's not true. There are a number of great landlords in this province and that are there to support their tenants and there to support and to be part of the solution, Madam Speaker. And we need landlords to be part of the solution. So, Madam Speaker, I get it's politics and at times there's some political posturing and it's a shame that there are members of this chamber that take a part of the rules that they want to promote or take part of the rules that they want to criticize and present situations of constituents, of Nova Scotians who are in difficult situations, in vulnerable situations. And I'll give the example, Madam Speaker. I believe it was a member of the NDP saying about changes that we're bringing forward on rental arrears, that after 3 days, you're out. Not true, Madam Speaker. Not true. It's a shame that there's misinformation being spread on the floor of the legislature that is being shared with Nova Scotians. And I wish that, and it's my hope actually, that information is not the information being shared in constituency offices, Madam Speaker. It is in this rental market of the greatest importance that as MLAs, regardless of what political party you are, whatever your stance is on rent cap, rent control, and other issues, Madam Speaker, that you share the truth about the process. Share the truth about the residential tenancies program. So I'll take a quick moment, Madam Speaker, on the 3-day rental arrear changes that we're bringing forward. The same process, the process is changing, Madam Speaker. So after, your rent's due September 1st, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th. On the 5th, Madam Speaker, a landlord can provide notice.
I recognize the honourable member from Halifax, Chebucto.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. I wonder if you might consider that the present discourse being offered by the minister is in fact about another bill which is before the House, the interim rent cap bill, and not Bill 479, which is before the House now.
So the door is a little bit open from a whole bunch of different people speaking, but I do ask the minister to stay on the bill. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'll bring it back to the bill, but we're talking about residential tenancies. And over the last couple weeks here in the chamber, there are a number of bills on the floor of the legislature. And during question period, I've graciously answered. I've provided responses to questions to bills that are on the floor of the legislature. So I will bring it back. But I do want to clarify the point for the member for Halifax Chebucto about rental arrear changes, Madam Speaker. I believe he was one that asked me about this actually during question period, about a bill that we're debating on the floor of the legislature. He did ask. and didn't bring it up. So, Madam Speaker, I want to clarify the misinformation that's being shared by the member opposite. So after 3 days, it brings you to September 5th, the tenant has the choice to either pay their rent, leave, or actually file an application for a hearing, Madam Speaker, which then stops the clock on the eviction notice. So the fact that member opposite is saying that after 3 days a tenant is going to be on the streets is simply not true, Madam Speaker. And again, I want to clarify the record that no member on this side of the House supports Nova Scotians to be living in homelessness. We want to be able to be providing them with the supports that they need and the roof over their heads, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, our position on addressing the housing crisis is more housing. It's not permanent rent control. We have a plan. We are making historic investments, significant investments in Nova Scotians. Sure, it comes down to nickels and dimes and dollars, Madam Speaker, but those dollars are to support Nova Scotians. Those dollars are investments in Nova Scotians. We're making investments in affordable housing, in supportive housing, and the first new public housing units in over 30 years, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 32 new affordable townhouses opened in Mount Hope area in Dartmouth in the end of August. Madam Speaker, we're partnering with community housing organizations to build more affordable housing in the Antigonish area, and we're expecting those to open late next year. Madam Speaker, part of the solution is making sure that our municipalities and towns have the resources and the infrastructure required to grow. We're building our province, Madam Speaker, so we're supporting our municipalities with water and wastewater infrastructure so that they can continue development, Madam Speaker. We're creating up to 1,000 more rent supplements for eligible Nova Scotians, investing more than $69 million. And that was just what we announced last month, Madam Speaker. We know that we need to, of course, build more homes, Madam Speaker. We know that to accomplish that, we need more Nova Scotians to be part of the skilled trades. We're investing in the more opportunities for skilled trades program, Madam Speaker. We are offering bursaries through NSCC, supporting people who want to mentor our apprentices, encouraging more skilled tradespeople to immigrate to Nova Scotia, encouraging folks, our next generation, to enter the skilled trades in our high schools, Madam Speaker. But why? But why? Because we need them to build more housing, and it's working. So, Madam Speaker, I think I've made my point. Our government's position on the rental issue in this province, on the housing issue in this province, is more supply. Nova Scotians need more choices to decide where they want to live, whether it's down home in southwestern Nova Scotia, whether it's here in HRM, or whether it's in Cape Breton. We need more supply, Madam Speaker. We have a plan. It's working. It's across government that we're working. It's not just one department. It's not just one initiative. It's not just one solution, Madam Speaker. Again, I'll remind all members of the House, it may sound like a broken record. We did not get here overnight. We saw this coming on the horizon. And again, I wish that previous governments would have taken the bull by the horns. But we are. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member from Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I'm in order to adjourn debate on this bill and then call a new bill. Somebody else.
Unfortunately, someone else has to do it because you've already spoken.
Here, it has to be someone else.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I wish to adjourn debate on 479.
The motion is to adjourn debate on Bill 479. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the House Leader, Honourable House Leader for the NDP.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Would you please call Bill 325, the Residential Tenancies Enforcement Act?
Bill 325, an act respecting enforcement of Residential Tenancy Act. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to move second reading of Bill 325. So we'll be talking today about the importance of having a residential tenancies enforcement unit in place. And I think the conversation around the room is really on fire today about some of the things that Nova Scotians really need. As the recently released David Davis peer report explains, our Residential Tenancies Act tries to ensure compliance by intervening early in landlord-tenant disputes and discouraging bad behavior. So in contrast, as the report shows, an enforcement unit would ensure that any party who is not obeying the Residential Tenancies Act is brought into compliance. This would be achievable by forcible measures such as investigations, charges, or financial penalties. The enforcement unit was recommended because in practice, our voluntary approach offers little to no deterrence of offenses and lacks the teeth on contentious issues. The report goes on to explain that there are inherent power imbalances, and we've heard that from our constituents. We've heard it in law amendments. We've heard it multiple times in many different ways. The imbalances in landlord-tenant relations by stating there are socioeconomic conditions and access to resources that result in imbalanced power between tenants and landlords. We are seeing firsthand the consequences of the combined lack of teeth in our enforcement efforts as we have right now and the imbalance of power relations. To quote Mark Culligan, and I do have all of the papers at table, I just want to keep talking. To quote Mark Culligan from Dalhousie Legal Aid, that right now in our current system, tenants always have the threat of eviction dangling over their heads. Yep. But landlords suffer no consequences if they break the rules. We've heard that in law amendments. We hear it in our offices. We talk about it here on the floor. Landlords are seeking increasing rents and fees that are contrary to what is set out in our Residential Tenancies Act with no penalty. And I stress that, no penalty. The Residential Tenancy Act prohibits application fees, yet we've heard from Dalhousie Legal Aid that landlords are still trying to charge these fees to unsuspecting tenants. The Residential Tenancy Act also stipulates that where a lease contains provision for a monetary penalty for late payment of rent, that penalty shall not exceed 1% per month of the monthly rent. And I know that that is something that is ongoing. I hear from folks all the time how they are paying over the exceeded amount and have to go through residential tenancy and go through all of the additional hoops in order to do the right thing. Yet, we're hearing of landlords charging standard fees without any consideration of what 1% of the monthly rent is. In some instances, tenants do not know what their rights are. For example, first-time renters, such as post-secondary students, they'll be unfamiliar with what the Residential Tenancies Act has to say about application fees, and thus may think that they are required to pay a fee, even have their rental application considered. And we hear that often as well. Only a system that includes deterrence with the ability to enforce financial penalties against landlords will be able to protect tenants who do not know their rights. So in other instances, tenants are fully aware of what their rights are, yet they choose not to pursue matters through the Residential Tenancies Board because they fear that their landlords will retaliate against them, and that happens often, way too often enough. We heard from Nova Scotians this week from law amendments and as well every day in our office. And I say this because it should be a no-brainer. It's actually common sense. And I heard the government side say, you know, we do things in a common sense manner. And so this is what we're asking. Can we use our common sense and actually do the right thing and do the right thing for all Nova Scotians? So we've increasingly been hearing about tenants accepting illegal rent increases and not reporting maintenance issues because they want to be able to stay in their home on a long-term basis. Tenants have good reason to fear retaliation from their landlords. Just last year, it was reported that a family of 5 was evicted from their home after they refused to accept a rental increase above the rent cap. Only a system that includes ongoing enforcement of the Residential Tenancies Act will ensure that tenants are fairly treated by their landlords. At the present moment, there is unquestionably a lack of deterrence and a lack of enforcement of these rules that is giving landlords an upper hand over tenants who are being stretched thin by greedy behavior. Perhaps the most striking example of why a residential tenancies enforcement unit is needed is because of rising incidences of discrimination against families. We've heard from countless single moms who have had their rental applications denied by landlords simply because they have kids.
Absolutely.
Simply because they have pets. Simply because they have teenagers. Simply because their hair is purple. Simply because they're black or of another ethnicity. So, despite how the Nova Scotian Human Rights Commission has clearly stated that declining someone's rental application because they have children or all of these other things goes against provincial law, there is nothing in place to stop this practice from continuing. With such unequal power relations in such a tight rental market and an environment of rising levels of homelessness, landlords are acting with impunity because housing options are slim. By not moving forward with the recommendations made in the recent Davis Peer report, this government is turning its back on the renters and siding with the landlords. And if this government is truly about all Nova Scotians as they say, this bill would be one that should pass through this House unanimously. So I also wanted to mention, because with this bill that we put forward, it says, it's also educating landlords and tenants of their rights and responsibilities, mediating disagreements, receiving and investigating complaints, and any other duties that are assigned by the minister. So, it's always interesting to see that when we were asked why this enforcement branch wasn't put in place, the minister said, it's red tape and adding more bureaucracy. But, in all honesty, it's actually relieving some of those things to be able to make it easier for folks to be able to go through the residential tenancy enforcement process to be able to get the things done, minor or major. So, and I also want to point out, because, we're noticing far too often that folks are talking about fixed-term leases and how that is impacting them, trying to find a home or trying to figure out where they're going to be after their lease is up. The minister is criticizing us because, saying that we should be ashamed of all of these things, but at the same time, the minister has the option to open up the act and be able to do a robust look and scan of all these things. There was a report done that said all of the things that we have in our bill that says exactly that. There's an agreement on all the sides here that say that this is important. There's an agreement by landlords and tenants that say this is necessary. And so, when we talk about people being ashamed, I think, the government side should really look in the mirror, because they're also making these decisions for Nova Scotians unanimously against doing the right thing, i.e. passing a bill that will help Nova Scotians with all of these other problems that are happening when it comes to residential tenancy. So, I'm only going to use a couple more seconds, but I also want to say it's really interesting how the government side always talks about everyone else being the reason for these issues, either federal cousins and, your mom and dad over there. And instead of taking ownership of the issues that the government actually can change, and not looking at their own party for the power that you hold to make sure that all Nova Scotians aren't struggling, something like this would help tremendously, because we've heard it from law amendments and we heard from in our own offices. I know each and every one of us in here get calls about these exact same issues. So, you can't make the changes and yet, this government can make the changes and yet they do nothing. So this is an easy thing that they can do that has already a report, it's already been consulted, and we are just saying that this is something that's important for Nova Scotians. They all want that. So I can't wait to hear the rationale by any of the sides, but as well hear the rationale based on the fact that the enforcement unit wasn't something that this government didn't want, but I would really be interested in knowing why they don't want to pass this bill. And I would love if we all come in agreement and we just say, you know what, let's do what's right for all Nova Scotians and for the 1/3 of renters that are in Nova Scotia that need our help right now. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, and it's my pleasure to be here to speak on this bill, Bill 325 as well. Should come as no surprise to the House that I certainly support this bill. I've introduced legislation very similar on this very topic. It's obviously been an issue that has taken up a lot of our time in this session, I think for good reason, because as the member for Halifax Needham mentioned, there are 300,000 renters in Nova Scotia, maybe 1/3 of the population or so rents. And the thing that has always struck me about this issue from the beginning is that we have enforcement units, enforcement divisions in so many other aspects of life. You know, the Department of Environment and Climate Change has a significant enforcement arm. Department of Natural Resources and Renewables has an enforcement unit and mechanism as well. So, you know, the food we eat, we want to make sure that's safe. The water that we drink, we want to make sure that that's safe. You know, we want to protect natural spaces and wildlife, and we want to make sure that we live in a safe environment. And so to do that, we have enforcement divisions in various departments of the province. And yet, when it comes to the place where you live, for whatever reason, the government doesn't think that deserves enforcement. And I believe it does very, very strongly, which is why we support this legislation and legislation that we have on the floor as well. And this is a rare situation where there is a report that has been commissioned that we all have seen, we all have access to, that recommends exactly this, and a compliance and enforcement unit. And I know that there was some back and forth from the minister about whether or not that's what it recommended, but that's what it recommended. And it was the idea that it's a duplication, that it's more bureaucracy, that it's more red tape, is not borne out by the facts. That's a talking point. If you look at the Davis-Peer report, the idea of a compliance and enforcement unit is that it would be a separate stream from the existing residential tenancies process. And specifically, compliance and enforcement would be for egregious, serious cases of repeat offenders, whether they be landlords or tenants. To be clear, bad people can exist on both sides, but it's for egregious offenses. It's not for the routine proceedings that might be handled better through the existing residential tenancies process. So it's not a duplication. It's not more bureaucracy. It's not more red tape. And it's a very small ask in the grand scheme of things. It's $1 million startup costs and $1 million operating costs per year, and 10 FTEs, 10 employees. So that's not a major ask for what I think would be significant return on investment. Because as others have mentioned today, I believe it was Mark Culligan from Dow Legal Aid was mentioned earlier. As he said, you know, the threat of eviction or housing insecurity is corrosive. It's terrible for your mental health. It's terrible for your physical health. It's terrible for your family cohesion. It's terrible for your job prospects and your life in general. It connects to every other piece of your life. And to take what I think is a pretty, cavalier approach to that and just say, well, what we have now is working fine and we don't need to do anything, I think is pretty disappointing. And we all have stories. We all have hundreds, in some cases thousands of renters. I know there's thousands of renters in my riding of Bedford South. And we all have stories, but I've mentioned earlier, a situation that I've been dealing with where a tenant has been out of their unit for 14 months now after a pretty minor kitchen fire with no timeline for when repairs haven't even been done. no timeline when they'll be back in the unit. There's been a judgment through residential tenancies in favor of the tenant, my constituent. That has been appealed to small claims court, and the process goes on. And I said to my constituent, we had a meeting on this, I said, oh, well, you know, hopefully you get the result you want at small claims, and what will you do at that point? And my constituent said to me, well, I'm not going to go back. And that might seem strange to people. Well, you've been working on this for 15 months. Why would you not go back? And the reason why is what the member for Needham and others have said. You don't want that hanging over your head. Retribution, right? I don't want to use the word revenge, but almost to that level where you move back into a unit, you've obviously had a dispute with your landlord, and you're walking around on eggshells. And if there's an issue with the door, if something needs to be repainted, if there's an issue with the garbage, you're not going to complain because you know that the landlord might have an issue with you and might be looking for a way to get you out of the unit, which we know happens as a result of the fixed term lease loophole, which is another connected issue here. So it's not just the obvious signs of issues. It's not just the unlawful evictions that might be happening. It's not just issues with that landlords may have with problem tenants as well. It's not just those problems that go to the end. It's also those that are kind of invisible. The person who's worried, who won't go to their landlord to get their stove repaired because they're worried about how the landlord will react. Or the landlord who's gone through months and months and months trying to deal with a problem tenant and has gotten no results either. And I know the members earlier have talked about that, and I think that's a legitimate point as well, because it is true there are many, many small landlords who rely on their rental properties to pay their mortgage, to fund their retirement, to send their kids to school, whatever it may be, and that's legitimate as well. And this compliance and enforcement unit that's contemplated in Bill 325 would also help and support landlords and small landlords as well. And this is an issue where there's not often agreement between landlord groups and tenant groups. And this is an area where they agree. And to ignore that agreement, to ignore that consensus, I would say, from landlords, from tenants, from Davis Pier, from basically everybody who has looked at this issue, says, yes, do this. And the minister and the government seem to be the only ones that have missed the boat. And I don't understand why. It's extremely disheartening, because I think, you know, there should be issues in this House that we can debate and come to a consensus on. And this is one that I think we should have consensus on, and we don't. And it's very disappointing, but I just wanted to get up and say those words, Madam Speaker, and say that I do support this legislation, obviously support the legislation we've put forward as well. And I hope the government at some point in time reverses course to help the 300,000 renters and the 6,000 landlords in this province. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Religion, yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A lot of noise in the chamber here. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to say a few words about Bill 325, the Compliance and Enforcement Unit Bill. Madam Speaker, after perusal of this bill, discussion and examination with a few of my colleagues, we understand why the NDP supports the aims of this bill. We also support many of these aims. However, we differ is whether or not we need another layer of bureaucracy to achieve these goals, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the government gave serious thought to what would be needed to establish a compliance and enforcement unit, and more importantly, to whether a compliance and enforcement unit would work in this province. Madam Speaker, one way to predict that is to examine how the system works in other provinces in this country. Having said that, in British Columbia, they have an administrative penalty model. In 2023, Madam Speaker, BC was turning away about 40% of the complaints. Why? Due to a high volume and lack of staff. That doesn't sound like a quicker resolution of tenant or landlord issues, Madam Speaker. Moving on down the line, Madam Speaker, in Ontario, the Compliance and Enforcement Unit can lay charges. And of course, that sounds great, sounds okay. But Madam Speaker, once they finish their investigation, the wait time is about a year before a charge can be laid. 85 to 90% of disputes are resolved voluntarily between the parties. That's part of the service our residential tenancies program already provides. Madam Speaker, may I say a few words about Manitoba?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Nice province in our country, Madam Speaker. Their unit conducts 300 to 400 investigations every year, but they have only laid 8 charges in 4 years. Imagine. Most issues, again, are resolved through voluntary compliance. There isn't a compliance and enforcement unit in New Brunswick, our neighboring province, but they can use existing legislation to send repeat offenders to prosecution. So, Madam Speaker, government concluded with, again, perusal, examination, discussing this particular bill with my esteemed colleagues, a compliance and enforcement unit would be just another layer of bureaucracy that ultimately wouldn't give people the solutions we are hoping for. The experience of other provinces absolutely, definitely shows that. In the case of a compliance and enforcement unit, this government did what Nova Scotians expect their government to do, Madam Speaker. Consider the ideas put before us to resolve issues. Research them. Give them serious thought from all angles. And then make the decisions that are in their best interests. Madam Speaker, the government determined we could achieve quicker resolutions for Nova Scotians through our existing residential tenancies program. We have worked hard to streamline our hearing timelines, and that's quite evident, which now sit at 4 to 6 weeks, among the best in the country. I must repeat that again, Madam Speaker, among the best in the country. Have to work hard here to get an applause from your colleagues. However, Madam Speaker, in July, a new online service was launched that allows tenants and landlords to deal with claims on security deposits without requiring a residential tenancies hearing. A tenant who hasn't received their security deposit back can apply within 10 days of the end of their tenancy. They can also use that form if they disagree with a landlord's decision to keep any portion of the security deposit. They don't need to have a hearing, Madam Speaker, which frees up residential tenancies officers to deal with the issues that do not need a hearing or that do need a hearing. Madam Speaker, work is underway to triage emergency issues and to modernize the tenant information management system that helps deal with the cases that arise. Madam Speaker, there is a bill before the House to amend the Residential Tenancy Act to allow publication of the director's orders at discretion. This means more transparency for the program, which both landlords and tenants have been asking and asking and asking for. And we're looking after it, Madam Speaker. Department staff work hard to help both landlords and tenants solve their disputes. There are real solutions available, Madam Speaker. If a landlord hasn't made repairs, residential tenancy officers can award what's known as rent abatement, a break on the rent until the issue is fixed. That's money in the tenant's pocket and a financial incentive for the landlord to do the work. Let's compare that to what happens when a compliance officer issues a ticket, the revenue for that ticket goes to the province, not the tenant. In 2021, Madam Speaker, this government made amendments to the Residential Tenancy Act that, again, help support tenants being rent-evicted. Tenants must be given at least 3 months' notice of a planned rental eviction, and they must give tenants between 1 and 3 months compensation, depending on the building size. Again, Madam Speaker, that's money in a tenant's pocket, better than a ticket whose revenue doesn't go to the tenant. Madam Speaker, I know Nova Scotians are worried about the rising cost of housing. It's quite obvious to everyone in this House and across the province, Madam Speaker, that our government is working as hard as we can to increase housing supply so tenants have more choice in where and how they live. We have a housing plan, Madam Speaker, and it's working. Housing starts are up, and we have created tens of thousands of new units. This includes affordable housing, supportive housing, and the first new public housing units in over 30 years. I'm not just sure, Madam Speaker, what has happened over the last number of years, but we are certainly facing this problem, and we're going to fix it. Madam Speaker, I understand people are frustrated, and they want quick fixes. I wish there was one quick fix to end the housing crisis. That's not the case, and people are experiencing it across the country. However, we are working as hard as we can on all fronts to support Nova Scotians while we work to create more housing and give Nova Scotians the choices they need and deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to stand and speak in favor of a residential tenancy enforcement unit. There's a fundamental imbalance of power between tenants and landlords that is only worsened in our current rental market that has a vacancy rate of just 1%. That is not something the government should be clapping about and be proud of, Madam Speaker, because this has been basically the lowest vacancy rate we've ever, or the highest vacancy, lowest vacancy rate we've ever had in a very long time. I remember when I became an MLA, literally we could get people into housing. Now it's becoming very difficult. The Residential Tenancy Act requires landlords to keep the rental premises in a good state of repair and fit for habitation during the tenancy. But we know that too often, this does not happen. In some cases, tenants are raising alarms, but to no avail. The system we have now is not working, and yet the government's thoughts are to continue to do nothing, to not fix the system. A 92-year-old woman renting in New Glasgow sought help from the Residential Tenancy Board to get a leaky ceiling in her building repaired. After a month-long process, the tenancy officer dismissed the claim, stating residential tenancy does not have the authority to order remedy or repair for common areas, only the unit the tenant is renting. To me, that's shameful. That is the structural integrity of a building. And yet tenancy doesn't want to deal with it or can't deal with it. Others seeking the support from the Residential Tenancy Board for issues in their units like gaping holes in their ceilings and mushrooms. Mushrooms growing from the moldy floor. Imagine living in your home and you've got mushrooms growing because of the mold. in your unit. This is what people in Nova Scotia are living in. They've had this unfortunate experience of being passed between the Province Tenancy Board, who claims that the municipal bylaw enforcement officers should handle the case, and the municipalities who say that no such bylaws or enforcement officers exist. And I'll table those documents. In other cases, tenants are not raising alarms because they fear that doing so will result in the landlord serving them with an eviction notice. And Madam Speaker, that happens. And then you have to go through that process because there's no other remedy. Trust me, I know. I've sent many of them to the Minister of Service Nova Scotia. Tenants on fixed-term leases have said that they do not report unmet repairs because they fear that their leases will not be renewed. Others have said they do not report, report unmet needs, even in the extreme cases where the personal health is impacted, because they know that they will not be able to afford anywhere else to live if their landlord decides to evict them for complaining. Madam Speaker, nobody should have to live like that. Nobody should have to live in fear that if they make complaints about reasonable things, I mean, come on, mold, leaky roofs, the door being taken off by the landlord, the water being shut off by the landlord, the power being shut off by the landlord. Nobody should have to deal with all of that. And nobody should have to be afraid to go and complain and make those complaints. So in both these cases, it was clear that this government needs to step up and protect the right to safe housing. We need an enforcement unit that can require landlords to make necessary repairs without unjust penalty to the tenants who live in the units. Tenants should not live in fear of their landlords. We need to work toward a real balance of power by establishing a residential tenancy unit, because right now there's an imbalance of power. And with that, Madam Speaker, I adjourn debate on what's the bill for? 325. For 325. 325.
The motion is to adjourn debate on Bill 325. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable House Leader for the NDP.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to all those who joined in that debate. I would ask you to call Bill 489, the Affordable Housing Programs Act.
Bill 489, the Affordable Housing Act. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the NDP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to move Bill 489 for second reading. It's been an interesting conversation this afternoon, and I think at the heart of why we have focused our opposition day on moving these housing bills is because of the contention that we have heard through this session that the plan is working. And based on the conversations we have with our constituents, that just isn't the case for so many Nova Scotians. But we want it to work. We want everyone to remain housed. And one of the challenges that we have is that when this government talks about supply, which is the only word they can use, you're speeding up evictions? Supply. What about affordability? Supply. What about rent control? Supply. Well, let's dig into that. What does supply mean? Yes, we need supply. We need tens of thousands of housing units. But when we hear announcements about units being built, about housing starts, not housing completions, by the way, housing starts, we often hear the term affordable. And then we get the question from our constituents, from the public, from the media, what does affordable mean? And we are not able to give an answer because there is not a single definition of affordability when it comes to housing. So it's very clear that this government is committed to primarily easing the path for construction for the private sector. That's the path this government has taken to housing. I think it's great to have more supply. We know we need it. We need it at all ends of the spectrum. But we also know that trickle-down housing isn't really a thing. And so when we're in this chamber advocating for real people, real human beings who are concerned about the price of housing, who are concerned about finding homes they can afford, who are concerned about keeping homes, those people will not be impacted by this mythical supply. They will not be impacted, even if the gamble that this supply is going to lower prices in 10, 20 years, those are the horizons we're looking at. The thing that will impact their lives, the kind of supply that will impact the lives of people in this province in real time, is housing that they can actually afford. So the question is, what does affordability mean? Well, as members on the government side have said, that's different for different people. Not everybody needs public housing, not everyone needs social housing, and we absolutely agree. So if it's different for different people, then common sense should prevail. And what our bill says is that we should define affordability, and we should define it based on all different people. We shouldn't have a blanket definition. So we'll define it the way that the province themselves define it when it comes to provincial housing, the way that mortgage companies define it when it comes to stress tests, 30% of your take-home income. That's what's affordable. And I think that I would venture to say that 90% or more of the people in this chamber are homeowners. All of us would have gone through the mortgage application process where we needed to get that mortgage and we needed to show that no more than 30% of our income was going to our housing costs. So we are asking government to take a common sense approach and to use a single definition of affordability when all of the affordable housing announcements are made. We also know that affordable housing is in fact best built, that affordable housing supply is best built by the non-market housing sector. And there are jurisdictions around the world, Vienna is the most famous, people talk about it, where over 50% of the rental market is non-market housing. That doesn't mean it all looks like public housing as we have here, but the reality is that developers themselves are in business. They're in the business of housing. And we have all kinds of businesses in this province, in our districts. We have fisheries, and we have forestry, and we have small business, and we have tech, and we have all kinds of things. And all those businesses have budgets and bottom lines and sometimes shareholders. And housing development is no different. They're a business. And so the idea that the housing sector, the for-profit housing sector, is going to build the amount of affordable housing we need is just nonsensical. And the private sector has told us as much. One landlord organization, speaking on behalf of some of Canada's biggest landlords, recently told the CBC, we are not tasked with building deeply affordable or social housing. We can't be there. We're in business. Let's draw a line between the two, and I'll table that after my colleague takes a look at it. So the thing is, they're not in the business of doing that. We need supply. We need homes that people can afford. So who could help make that happen? Well, government could help make that happen, and the non-market housing sector could help make that happen. And so that's why this bill specifies, and this is at the request of many non-market housing providers that we've spoken to, that when the government, who, you know, the minister really likes to talk about all of their country-leading affordable housing programs, well, when they disperse the funds from those programs, non-market housing providers in this province should be prioritized. The scoring system should prioritize those providers. Now, those providers will often work in partnership with the private sector. They'll use innovative building methods. They may not go it alone. Many are not primarily housing providers or builders. There's, you know, not-for-profits that do a lot of different things. But we think it stands to reason that if, as part of its push towards supply, the government is genuinely trying to preserve and build affordable housing, then the non-market housing sector should be prioritized in that regard. So, you know, I think the best example of this, and we've talked about it in this House before, is what's happened in my district, in the Southdale Mount Hope Special Planning Area. So, in March of 2022, end of the fiscal year, out of the blue, this government announced that they were giving Clayton developers $22 million to build affordable housing. It was a little bit hard to figure out what that meant. It certainly didn't, as far as we could understand, mean rent geared to income, as we've suggested today. I think it was a percentage of market rate. And at the time, we had so many questions. Where does this announcement come from? Why Clayton? What does affordable mean? They said that they would build 373 affordable homes with that money, and I've tabled the document. And at the time, the minister told reporters that, quote, "This project will produce more affordable housing units than all of our programs have produced in the last 3 years combined." Sounds amazing, except for that it didn't happen. The developer gave the money back. They gave the money back. When they tell you they're in the business of housing, believe them. They didn't give the money back. It was a forgivable loan. They didn't take advantage of it. So the point is, they didn't want the money. They said, no, thank you. We don't want your money. Because they're in the business of housing. They are not in the sector of creating homes that people can afford. If people can afford their homes, great. I'm sure they're very happy to. And I will say, we have many landlords in this province who work with organizations like iSANS and AHANS and ADSUM and others to make special arrangements for people who need affordable housing. But those are one-ups. And we believe that we could see so much more leadership in this House to make a systemic change. We have so many people sleeping rough right now. We have so many thousands more people who every single one of our offices hear from, I guarantee you, who talk about how difficult it is to balance the budget at the end of each month. And housing is the biggest stressor. In the end, just to finish this story, in Southdale Mount Hope, the YWCA partnered with Shaw Group using panelized, flat pack, off-site housing techniques, which many non-market housing providers have used, from AHANS to ADSUM at the Sunflower, True North Crescent in Dartmouth, to build and house 32 families. And this province stepped up, and they donated, or they funded with other orders of government, 2.9 million, something like that. So 22 million to a private sector developer, nothing, years later. But 2.9 to a non-market housing provider who innovates the project themselves and partners with the private sector themselves. And we've got 32 families with stable, affordable housing that they are not worried about getting kicked out of. These are the things that this bill aims to replicate. These are the kind of arrangements that we want to see more and more and more of. We hear in this chamber all the time that the solution to the housing crisis is simple: build more homes. But it's not simple. It's not simple. And again, in our MLA offices, contrary to the assertions of the Minister for Service Nova Scotia, we spent an enormous amount of time educating people about the Residential Tenancies Act, sharing information about government programs, helping them to try to afford the homes they need, and it is getting harder and harder. According to the 2022 census, 32.2% of Nova Scotian households rent, and 25% of renters are in poor housing need. The average rent for a two-bedroom apartment in Halifax right now is $2,669. Can you imagine? $2,669. You can't save for a down payment when you're paying that much rent, and when the average price of a home is $435,000. In 2021, the Housing for All Working Group called on the provincial government to build or acquire 33,490 units of non-market affordable housing in the next 10 years. We've heard an announcement of 273 public housing units. 7,300 people are on the wait list for public housing. Now, that's a lot of numbers, but at the end of the day, what we want to impress upon the government, to anyone who's listening, is that this housing crisis is not a simple problem. It is a multifaceted problem, and we need a multifaceted approach. Our Homes Within Reach plan, of which this legislation is a part, attacks this issue from all angles, from supply to making rents more affordable to making home ownership more achievable. I think all of us in this chamber want to make Nova Scotia a place where everyone can thrive, from families to seniors to students to everyone in between. And we are calling on government to actually make that a reality. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and pleased to rise just to say a few comments on the purpose of the bill. And I think it's a novel idea to put this forward in this juncture, since we are really looking at a crisis for many Nova Scotians that need adequate housing that is permanently affordable. And we have many organizations that are doing the hard work already in this area. Looking at the legislation, I know when you're in opposition, this is one of the few tools we have to actually get an idea on the floor of the legislature for debate. This could be a policy that the government has when they're looking at investing public funds into big programs. And so I think that looking at a minimum percentage of affordable units, whether it's 30% or another figure, or bonuses for 50%, I think is getting at something that I think is missing in terms of the plan of the government moving forward. And I do hear a lot of rhetoric from the current government, and their talking point primarily is around being the first government to invest in affordable housing in 30 years, which we know isn't true. That is common for governments to say, and does no justice when the government pretends that they're doing everything, and all governments in the past, which I guess would include Tory governments if you're going back 30 years, did nothing. So as the member said, 273 public housing units, which I think is the shade of truth within that talking point they use, was announced. So congratulations, you accepted federal money and leveraged a little bit of provincial money to build 273 units. Just imagine and wonder what could be accomplished if that government worked more collaboratively with a federal government, a major funder of things that are major infrastructure, like how we twinned highways, like how we brought affordable childcare to this province, like how we had an affordable climate change plan that met the context of what we are dealing with in this province. So of course they said yes to funding from the federal government for affordable housing. Of course they said yes when we quite literally have 10 cities across HRM that we did not have in the first couple terms of the McNeil government. Yes, that was coming on fast when the pandemic hit, and the government had to make some quick policy changes around rent caps. So I was never in the department that was specifically dealing with housing in terms of being a minister, but yes, I did have some time as the Premier of this province when we were facing a difficult time in 2021. And we did make investments during that time. Investments that are re-announced by the current government, such as the purchase of the Travelodge Hotel, where in 2021 it was actually approved the $3.5 million and another $1.5 million for wraparound supports for mental health and all the rest. But the Minister of Community Services, Carla McFarland, actually announced that that purchase was happening, but the funding was already in the budget that predated that government. AHANS was the organization. These are the types of nonprofit groups. The YMCA is another one that has a good project, and Addison House, as I've mentioned. These are the types of nonprofit organizations that are ideal to do the kind of work that this bill and the ideas around this bill will help. The parameters around setting a specific percentage of affordable units will ensure that public funding that's coming from our taxpayers is targeted at a public interest thing that we're dealing with today, which is housing, not padding the bottom line of developers. I would agree that the programs and the emphasis is all mostly around private sector development. And I asked the question period around the Trusted Partner Program, only eligible for private companies that are developing across the province. And there was no commitment to open this up to places, to people like Addison House, who have a 25-unit project in Lakeside and have land for another 25 units. Deeply affordable, permanent housing. They have $2 million ready to go, and they have funding that they could use from federal government active rapid housing initiative. Obviously, they'll be eligible with being eligible the prior time, which the federal government gave $1.5 billion for 4,500 new permanent units in 2021. This government likes to pick and choose when they want to fight the federal government, but they'll gladly go, what is it, cap in hand? I think that phrase was used before by the current premier, that he would not go cap in hand. Should the prior government have invested more in housing? Perhaps. Did our government not do enough? Perhaps not. Did our civil servants, the same civil servants, largely that are operating under this current government, not predict a worldwide pandemic that brought an influx of people that wanted to live in the best place in Canada and perhaps the world, coming to our shores? Nobody accused us, certainly when we were in government, that we weren't investing enough in infrastructure. We were setting records in terms of our spending on making our highways safer and a multi-billion-dollar QE2 redevelopment plan. The only project, by the way, from that plan that is built is the one that party opposed in Bayers Lake. They were glad to cut the ribbon at that one by the government that apparently sat on its hands, according to the member from Argyle. I think the words were used as, this is how we're going to fix healthcare. Same as the words that the Premier said about the CBRM change. This is how we're going to build up Nova Scotia.
Order.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for you, no one has opened up the door, and so therefore I ask that you keep it on the bill. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
So in terms of the bill that seeks to create more affordable housing on every project that has to do with public money, is the way I understand it, that is something I can get behind. That is why I've always supported trying to build more houses across the whole continuum. Shelters are better than tents, but shelters aren't permanent housing for people to live with dignity. And nobody can argue that we're continuing to see an increase of people that are living in these circumstances. All the blame isn't on this provincial government. There are challenging times across the country and indeed the world. But I do think that the widespread poverty and the camps that didn't exist at the scale that they did under the former government, that they aren't by chance. The member from Dartmouth North alluded to this. These are policies that create the kind of conditions that people are living in society. And so there was work done by prior governments. As I said, we do need more permanent housing, non-market housing. And some of the programs that were recommended by the independent panel, Nova Scotia Housing Commission, where they asked for $25 million, which the prior government said yes to. And then the current government re-announced it and just made it $35 million. That funding, the purpose of this bill is to make sure that the funding goes to projects that actually have a certain minimum percentage that are affordable for at least 25 years according to the bill. Not sure why that's the years. Maybe it's based on CMHC or some other statistic, but in terms of the spirit of what's in the bill, I think it is worth looking at. But there's no doubt that this government supported projects that this government is bragging about. That government didn't put $1 into the Sunflower in my community. But I will celebrate the day when they come out to the community and announce the other 25 units on land that used to be HRM land where the old Lions Hall was. That's an important project for me, and I will always give credit when credit's due. I think that's what we should do in this House. I don't see it at all on the other side of the House. Apparently they have all the answers, and nothing was done in the past. So I just want to raise my voice just to remind the members opposite, some that were part of all the budgets where we approved these things, that there was some good work to do, and that they can build on the good work that was happening before they came into government.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to rise today to speak and get an opportunity to speak to Bill 489, the Affordable Housing Programs Act. It also gives me the opportunity to speak to the successes of the government's affordable housing programs. As the members opposite have indicated, Nova Scotia is experiencing an unprecedented growth that we haven't seen in many years. And Madam Speaker, our government realizes that there's not one singular solution to the housing crisis. The solutions that we have created are a suite of solutions, Madam Speaker, across the entire spectrum of housing. We are taking actions through multiple departments to address these issues, and we've not waited, Madam Speaker, as other governments have. We've not projected decline, Madam Speaker, but we started right away digging and building strong foundational programs. They're not limited to just what's included in this bill today before us. They are programs that have been created to support new housing opportunities, as well as to preserve existing housing that already is in existence. Maintaining housing stock is every bit as important as creating it. Our government has been making historic investments in finding innovative and different ways to remove barriers and come up with solutions that are used to increase affordable housing stock and preserve it. There's no sense in building more on one end or while we're losing it on the other end, Madam Speaker. This is a framework and a solid plan for Nova Scotia's future. Madam Speaker, the problem wasn't created overnight, and we will not be fixed by one government alone. We are working with all levels of government and partners, both private, not-for-profit profits, and in conjunction with our other municipal partners and federal government, to find frameworks, Madam Speaker, that work for everybody. I know that my municipality receives some of the federal funding, and they're looking at ways to cut fees on permitting to encourage more growth in our own communities, because sometimes, Madam Speaker, that's a barrier. And one size does not fix the problem for everybody. That's why the Housing Task Force was created to bridge gaps and move construction projects along in HRM that were bogged down by red tape and bureaucracy, Madam Speaker. I sat at law amendments and listened to developer after developers speak about they've had planning proposals before council for some upwards of 10 years, Madam Speaker. So we needed to move some of these things along. But let me just highlight, in particular, this bill does speak to specific programs within the department. So I want to speak to each one individually. Number one is the Community Housing Acquisition Program, otherwise known as CHAP for most of us that speak with it in our office. It was launched in July of 2022, and what it did was it enabled community housing organizations to preserve already affordable housing units. With over $25 million invested into this program, and they preserved 483 affordable units. 187 of those, Madam Speaker, are supportive housing units for the most vulnerable. And already in 2024-25's fiscal year, we will be preserving an additional 33 units in HRM and in the beautiful Annapolis Valley. 79% of those loans have been issued in conjunction with the great partners at the Department of Community Services for supportive housing projects that are so important and needed in all of our constituencies. And this program, Madam Speaker, is 100% affordable. All of it. 38.7% of the supports in that 100% affordability range are for our most vulnerable constituents. I would call this a success. I would recognize it, and it has been recognized nationally. To say that we need a point system, Madam Speaker, to determine whether or not that investment has been a success, I would say that I would beg to argue on that one. Other projects include Dartmouth Housing. There's 18 units there. 9 of them are affordable. One World Building Association, 32 units, all 32 affordable. Affirmative Ventures, 6 units. All 6 units are affordable. I'm talking about the Community Housing Acquisition Program and whether or not the point systems in the bill, Madam Speaker, is needed to determine whether or not these programs have been successful. Yeah, okay. So again, some of these investments through CHAP, through this program, were Valley Roots Housing Association, 24 units, 24 affordable. Antigonish Affordable Housing Society, 14 units, 14 affordable. Metro Premier Properties, Inc., Sherwood Street, 180 units, 90 of them are affordable, all within the same program that the NDP caucus feels needs a point system to determine whether or not these programs have been a success. I'll continue on. I think Spryfield Development Limited IQ Group that has 198 units, 60 of them are affordable. And none of these would be approved under an NDP point program, Madam Speaker. ARC Developments Bridgewater Limited, 50 units, 10 of those are affordable. Metro Premier Properties Inc., 308 units, 136 are affordable. Madam Speaker, we also have 2 additional projects not yet announced from this program that will total 143 units, and 42 of them are affordable, Madam Speaker. I don't see how a point system is needed to determine the success of that program. It's a solid program. It's successful. It's so successful, in fact, Madam Speaker, the federal government has finally announced, a few available parcels in Nova Scotia to try to duplicate our success. Might have mixed my notes up here a little bit. Brendan, you took my notes. Sorry, Madam Speaker, someone moved my notes around. No, sorry, I got someone took my notes. So anyway, so Program B, the Land for Housing Opportunity Program. This is great. Property opportunity notices wrote, our province looked around to find out what parcels of land we owned that could suit as housing. 11 of 13 proposals came in and account for 973 units. 423 of those units are affordable. That's 43.5% of that program. Right. So I'll move on to letter C, the Affordable Housing Development Program. To date, in 2024-25, nearly $13.5 million has been approved for 7 new projects. 128 of those units, of those, 113, Mr. Speaker, are affordable. That's 88.8% of that development. Oh, okay. We also have projects that deliver include $25 million to create new modular housing supplies in areas that have limited opportunities for key workers. These units are affordable for healthcare workers. $32.5 million was invested in 8 community housing projects, developed 203 units. 171 of those were affordable, Mr. Speaker. That's 84.2% of that project. I need to number my notes next time. All right. So where was I at? Number D. Lost it. Brendan, you messed up my notes. All right. You messed up my notes.
Good.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Minister. All right. Okay. So, lost my train of thought. All good. Take a breath. So I also heard from members across the aisle, and I really want to stress about AHANS. I sit on HR committee, Mr. Speaker, as you are the chair, and in December of this past year, December 5th, in fact, in Hansard, the MLA for Halifax Needham that actually tabled Bill 489 asked Michael Calaban from AHANS if she felt that calling on the government for more money. And Mr. Calaban's quote from Hansard is, "I don't think calling on a government to make investments is necessary. We've been doing that for years now, I think. What's necessary is additional investments. I think, just to pause, this government has made some of the most significant investments in generations in affordable housing and toward resolving homelessness."
That's a Liberal, too. That's a Liberal.
The challenge has been, after many years of relatively low to no investment, it's almost like we have to play catch up. And to do so, it needs more investment. That's where we're at. There are lots of metaphors and smiles you can see that to that, which I don't like to get into. But we've been doing a lot more than we've been doing a lot more we've been doing. But it's not still having the impact that's needed. It's to turn the crisis in the direction, and we're making progress. When the chair asks MLA Hanson, "Do you have a follow-up?" No, I'm okay. So, Mr. Speaker, I do want to talk about a couple other things that are of significance as to affordability in our province, and one of those programs is a secondary suite program. Mr. Speaker, these units are being built on land that is there, that land that has services, that land that can have capacity, and the individuals that live in these homes, especially if they're a family member, are affordable, because most times a family member, it's not, there's no rent included at all. As of August in 2024, there was 200 applications. 198 units have been approved since the launch in November of 2023. I know, Madam Speaker, in my community alone, Planning Department, as I mentioned earlier in my remarks, has removed the fees on these units. These are popping up so fast in my constituency that the Planning Department is struggling to get them permanent in time to get them started. People are enjoying, using, making different kinds of housing investments. We are going to continue working with our community partners. I know that Harvest House in my community recently purchased a church through the department. They have received funding for that church. They're offering 10 beds, shelters in the church to help individuals while these other programs in my community can build to capacity to house the individuals that we need. So back to Bill 489, when we talk about introducing some kind of a point system, Madam Speaker, to determine whether or not we need that these programs have been a success, I would just go back to the quote from Hansard. I think just to pause, this government has made some of the most significant investments in generations in affordable housing and toward resolving homelessness. The challenge has been after many years of relatively low and no investment. It's almost like we have to play catch up. And to do so, it needs more investment, and that's where we're at. So with those words, pardon my stumble, I will take my seat.
I recognize the honourable member from Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak to this bill, and I want to start by just thanking my MLA colleagues in the NDP caucus for bringing these 3 bills forward today in their opposition day. We all know here in the House that housing and issues between landlords and tenants, these issues are only growing in our province, and I really appreciate their efforts in bringing this topic here to the floor of the legislature so that we can debate it and give it the oxygen that it should have. I will say I'm not an expert in this field. My area of expertise is healthcare. So I'm going to just share for a couple of minutes, Madam Speaker, what I'm seeing in Cumberland North on this issue from my constituents. Before the pandemic, Madam Speaker, rarely did I have a constituent contact me about housing or problems living unsheltered. But things have drastically changed. And in our area, it started during the pandemic. There was a boarding house that burnt that about 20 people lived in. And they were people that were vulnerable, that needed supports. And that private boarding house burnt to the ground. It left about 20 people displaced in our town. And thankfully, we had some incredible community members step up and work with the Department of Community Services to find shelter for those people. It was a local hotel that gave them a place to live, and we were grateful for that. And then over the next 12 to 24 months, we saw a big influx of people moving to our area during the pandemic. We welcomed the people. We had a lot of people move to Amherst in Cumberland County from Ontario especially. And the effect of that really drove up the price of housing. And the consequence of that is that a lot of the people living in our communities that were vulnerable, that are low income, that had some personal challenges, were left without a place to live. And all of a sudden, there was very little to no low rent housing. And all of a sudden, for the first time, I believe, people in our area saw people living in tents. And people were contacting me saying, you got to do something about this. And I'm thinking, what am I going to do about this? It was a big problem, but people were not used to seeing it. So working with my municipal partners and other community leaders, we met, had several meetings, and talked about what we could do. And one of the first things, Madam Speaker, was when Hurricane Fiona happened. And we very quickly mobilized and put together an emergency shelter for that weekend for those people that had no place to live. And I want to say a big shout out to Hannah Laundrie, who worked for me. She was my legislative assistant at the time, and she worked day and night for like 72 hours without sleep leading up to that hurricane to make sure that we had an emergency shelter. And Aidan Cavisto as well. So that was kind of the beginning, and after that, that was a very successful time. Our local law enforcement were there supporting us. It was just an incredible feat for us. That led to us having a meeting shortly after. We brought 50 people together from our community to say we need a shelter. We need to have a place for those that are living unsheltered before winter comes. We made a commitment that no one was going to die in our area because they didn't have a roof over their heads that winter. And we just have incredible community people, Madam Speaker. I want to say a shout out to Sharon Bristol, Michael Wilson, Vanessa Knock, Corey Hunter, Chason, and many others. The Cumberland Homelessness and Housing Society. We came together, we had meetings, and opened the first winter emergency shelter that winter. And I want to say thank you to the Department of Community Services who funded that wholly. Hannah and Aidan and I sat down for several hours. We put together a budget. It was about $320,000. We submitted it, and we were given full funding to be able to have a winter emergency shelter 2 years ago. And it was encouraging, and the people that worked with our community members from the department did a lot to support us. And I think that department has grown a lot. I remember asking, you know, like every project, there's bumps. And I remember asking someone from the department, like, could they provide more support? And they said, Elizabeth, we're like a department of two. There was, I think, 2 people at the time for the whole province that worked on the homelessness issue. So I think that has probably grown significantly. But Madam Speaker, that has moved forward. The next winter, we also had another winter shelter, and now there's a permanent shelter in the town of Amherst that also has temporary housing for 6 people. Trina Clark, who's the CEO of the YMCA, she and her board have been working towards getting a supportive housing unit built for the town of Amherst, and that is hopefully going to lead to construction very soon. And that is also being supported through the government, through some provincial funding. So those are just some good things I want to share, Madam Speaker, that's happening in our community. And it is heartbreaking, and I'm sure every MLA here in this place experiences the same, when we have people come to our offices who do not have a place to live, who are and those that do have a place to live but are struggling to afford it. And really, for the first time as MLA, I have seniors, like the MLA from Chebucto has brought up in this session several times.
Order. I ask that you, I've been watching the time, it's over 6 minutes now. I ask that you please tie this back to the bill. Thank you. Sorry, I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'll just finish up by saying this is an important topic, and once again, thank my colleagues in the NDP caucus for bringing these bills forward to give us an opportunity to debate these important topics here in the floor of the legislature. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and speak to Bill 489, the Affordable Housing Programs Act. The simple fact is that more Nova Scotians are struggling to find housing that they can afford today than they were in the recent past. I hear it regularly in my riding, where the cost of housing is increasing and out of reach for many. I hear from seniors, students, young families, young professionals, folks who would like to retire to the area, and all of them are finding that they can't find places they can afford. In my riding, CMHC figures put average rent in 2023 at over $2,000 for a 2-bedroom apartment. For a 3-bedroom apartment, this is a startling $2,840, and I'll table that. These are well above provincial averages and put my area as the most unaffordable for renters in this province. The government's housing needs assessment report found, for instance, that in 2022, the median rate of a studio apartment exceeded that of a 2-bedroom apartment in 2016, and I'll table that as well. And since the time of these reports in 2022 and 2023, rents have only continued to increase. We know the cost of rental housing is rising faster in Nova Scotia than at any other time since publicly available data began in 1979. And so we hear in this House a lot of, I would argue, pretty simplistic reference to demand and supply as the answer to the housing crisis. So we're going to build more houses, and that's going to solve the housing crisis. But I think all the speakers today have recognized that, in fact, the housing crisis is quite multifaceted. So it's not just a question about whether there's a house to buy. There's a question of whether you can afford to buy that house. And there's a question about whether you can afford to be in your rental accommodation on a safe and secure status. And I'm not an expert in specifically demand and supply and economic theory around the housing market. But what I do know, I know a few things. One is that this is not demand and supply like you have widgets and you make more widgets and the cost of widgets goes down. In fact, I would argue that we don't actually want that to happen, right? So we want a stable housing market. None of us in this chamber who own a house want to see the price of that house decrease. It's an investment, right? We want stability. But we also know that in terms of the housing market, it's deeply affected by other economic factors. So inflation, interest rates, wage rates. It's not as easy as people keep talking about increasing the supply. As well, what we see happen if there is an oversupply in the market, in the rental market, is the increasing financialization of rental income. So we've seen the stats, I'm just going to find my notes, across Canada, but certainly here, it's been happening in my riding extensively, where real estate investment trusts are taking over buildings. And so, for instance, according to research, financialized landlords purchased 90% of all rental stock that came up for sale in Toronto in 2020. And the thing is, I'm not actually saying that that's that in of itself is not a bad thing. The bad thing is they're not interested, nor should they be, in providing affordable housing. That's not what they're in the business for. And I would argue that folks developers who are developing rental accommodation and folks who are buying into that market, they don't want to see a situation where their investments actually decrease, where they take a loss in their investments. So I find the government members often refer to supply and housing, and we'll have more, and the cost will decrease. And I just really would argue that that's not actually in the best interests of Nova Scotia. And one of the financial the REIT managers was quoted also in this article saying that we've offered to engage with the federal housing minister. The human right to housing is a government obligation. Let's define this. And what does this mean for the private sector? We're not a social agency. So I would argue that private sector developers don't want to be involved in the provision of affordable housing. What we need is affordable housing that is secure and adequate over the long term. The province's housing needs assessment report says even a well-functioning market will not be able to adequately address the needs of individuals or households earning lower incomes, and thus increasing and supporting long-term affordable housing is essential, and I've already tabled that document. And it is true that I think we could probably all agree that in hindsight, when the federal government got out of the business of supporting non-market housing in terms of co-ops and other types of investments throughout the 90s, that probably that was a mistake. So our hindsight is strong. We know that government shouldn't have gotten out of this business. And so our argument is that we actually need government to get back in the business and keep supporting the development of more non-market housing. I know that the members on the other side like to take some time and enumerate all of the various non-market units which have been developed. What we're saying is that that's not enough. What we're also saying with this bill is, and this is going to come super new to folks on the government side about having a program, is that actually most of the time in government programs or in good public administration, you would have an evaluation and criteria by which you would make decisions. This is the points that we're talking about that seems so confusing on the other side. So, you know, I know that this government has favored, in fact, sole source contracts to a bunch of different organizations, maybe even starting to transfer money before the contracts have been signed. But, you know, actually in good public sector management, what you do is you design a program with policy aims, and you then, you know, you might invite people to participate in that, and you would, in fact, have a criteria. You would assess people's readiness to take on that project, and you would hold them to account for the public investment that you've made over time. It's not to penalize, but it's actually just, it's the type of responsible decision making that we should be doing with the money of Nova Scotians in this House. So that's what this bill is doing, is simply trying to recognize the reality that we're not, private sector development and private sector housing is not going to get us out of this housing crisis. We need other types of housing. We need more non-market housing, and we need to do it in a way that's consistent. So using inconsistent definitions of affordability, for instance, that don't match the CMHC's well-accepted definition, isn't going to produce the kind of housing that so many can afford. This bill amends existing housing programs to ensure that houses are created and offered on a rent geared to income basis, and it ensures that those units remain affordable for a minimum of 25 years. The bill also prioritizes applications from nonprofit developers who are more likely to ensure that the affordable units created are kept permanently affordable. And these measures will ensure that those who are homeless or at risk of becoming homeless have a place to turn that isn't a temporary shelter or a tent. We all want all kinds of housing in Nova Scotia. What we're saying with this bill is that we're not doing enough in non-market housing, and that we need to strengthen our public administration of such funding and programs. And that's why I support this bill, and I hope others will too. And with that, I would like to adjourn debate on bill.
The motion is to adjourn debate on bill. Please rise. Oh, yes. Sorry, I recognize the honourable member for. Wait. The motion is to adjourn debate on Bill 489. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the honourable member from Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. Earlier this afternoon, in debate on Bill 479, the minister responsible for residential tenancies alleged that in question period, I had said that under the government's current residential tenancies legislation, tenants could be evicted after 3 days of rental arrears. I'd like to ask you to please direct that he table his evidence of this quotation.
That's not a point of order. That's just a disagreement of facts. I recognize the government host leader.
Oh, thanks. That concludes government business for the day. I move the House to now rise to meet again on Thursday, September 19th, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. Government business will include Committee of the Whole House on Bills 476, 471, 467, private and local bills 468 and 487, and third reading of Bill 455.
The motion is that the host rise to meet again on Thursday, September the 19th, between the hours of 1 p.m. To 6 p.m. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned until Thursday, 1 to 6.